2023 Planning Commission meeting to order. All commissioners are present with Commissioner Hall and Commissioner Zig attending remotely this evening. First thing on our agenda then is the minutes approval for the minutes from February 22nd, 2023. Commissioners, any comments, changes, or a motion regarding those minutes?
Chair Sousa, I move to approve the Planning Commission meeting minutes from February 22nd, 2023.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Johnson and a second by Commissioner Van Dyne. I've just told that Commissioner Hall has not joined us yet, so she is not yet in attendance. But we can move ahead and we have a quorum, so we can move ahead and approve those minutes if there's a consensus. All in favor of the motion? Aye.
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 Motion carries. Okay, moving on now to just a administrative issue this evening. I am going to recuse myself from the homestake matter, and therefore and my co-chair, Commissioner Hall is with us remotely, so it makes sense to see if there's a motion to appoint Commissioner Van Dyne as Chair Pro Tem for the homestake matter tonight. Do I have a motion?
Sure.
So moved.
Thanks. Commissioner Hall has joined us. Right. What did you say? Oh.
Second, then that's fine.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hall and a second by Commissioner Frontero. All in favor of appointing Commissioner Van Dyne as Chair Pro Tem.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Great, motion carries. Next thing, before we get to commission disclosures or staff communications, we're going to watch a short video that the City Hall staff put together regarding giving public input at public meetings. So we're going to watch that now and then pick up after the video. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. I'm Katrina, and I'm here today to talk to you about some things that you can do to make your public comment count here in City Council chambers. We're so excited that you are here at a council meeting to share your thoughts and opinions. That's why we're all here. We want to make Park City the best place possible, and we value your opinion. So there are 4 tips and tricks that I'd like to share with you to make you the most effective public commenter you can be. 1, please sign in. You'll sign in and then state your name and are allowed to make your public comment at that time. If you're online, make sure to just raise your hand, and once we call on you, state your name and get rolling. 2, stay on topic. 3, please be brief. The recommendation for a comment is 3 minutes or less. And number 4, be respectful. We expect these things in story time and here in council chambers too. Also, if you're at home or out of town on vacation and you'd like to tune in and make public comment, make sure to join us on Zoom. You can raise your hand and make public comment digitally there. If you'd like more information, please go to parkcity.org and click on the Public Meetings tab.
At the Planning Commission, it's been shown at the City Council meetings in the past. But we're happy that City Hall has provided that guide to the public. Okay, moving on to public communications. Anyone from the public wishing to make a comment on something that is not on tonight's agenda, please step forward, state your name, and give us your comments.
My name is Bob Theobald. I'd like to talk a little bit about anniversaries. Today is a 1-month anniversary since I was here last. Today is a 1-year anniversary. No, yesterday was a 1-month anniversary. Today is a 1-year anniversary where you entertained the amendment for pickleball courts and ended up changing the entire recreation facility land management code. That was a year ago. I'd like to report on a couple of different issues that I've been discussing and presenting material to you about. The first is a recusal and disclosure policy that all government officials have been followed for many, many years. Preliminary information is that you no longer have to disclose or recuse. I don't have it in writing, but I have it by a phone call from city attorney. There's no need for you to recuse or disclose. Only if you are suspected of bribery. Anyway, we've asked for a written determination from the mayor and from the city attorney. That is yet to come. On another matter, myself and neighbors complained about a building permit that was issued without a conditional use permit. We believe that at the time it was issued, it required a conditional use. We made a formal complaint. We have had no written response to that complaint, which was made on the 9th of December. And no meaningful discussion. We got a grandma request response, which showed that the city manager, directed the chief building official to update to the mayor on various issues, even if it said, we're still looking at it. That was on the 16th of December. We've had no written report. I don't know what's going to happen to this, but we are very, very tired of waiting for determination. Whatever the determination comes down and when it occurs, it may fall into your laps. That's why I presented this document today with the different code provisions. Mr. Harrington may have disagreement. We had an issue about this a year ago regarding a SONA complaint. Who has jurisdiction on that? It appears by my research now that the Planning Commission may have jurisdiction. And as a matter of fact, that permit application is still incomplete, which means that you have the authority in my review of this to intervene into that application because it is missing 2 elements and is not valid to date. It's missing a square footage requirement as required by the plat, is not proven the size of the home, and it doesn't have an MS4 permit to do any construction, and it violates the Army Corps of Engineers. Anyway, it's not time to get into a debate about that. I wanted you to review this material to show what I believe your authority is to intervene now, or this may fall on your laps. Once we get a determination, or if we get no determination, we may take that as a final determination and it comes before you. So if you have any questions, Mark, do you have any questions? Any advice? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public or online wishing to comment on something that is not on tonight's agenda? Please step forward or raise your hand online.
There are
Please step forward, come to the mic, sign in, give us your comments.
My name is Lindsay Bloomfield. I live at Holiday Village. And I just have several inquiries since I haven't made it in the previous meetings. When is the date that we as tenants would begin to move into the new apartments?
So this is with regard to the work session that we'll be discussing in a little bit. And if your
Okay,
questions aren't answered during that work session, then we will take some public input and try to get your questions
Okay.
answered, okay?
and then the other is, who is going to be moving all of our furniture and the contents of our apartments?
I don't believe those details have been worked out yet, but again, I'll make sure that the city addresses those questions.
Okay, because I had heard from Lindy, or perhaps it was the previous manager, that Hector, who handles all the maintenance, would be moving it in. And I mean, it would take a while for him to move it, obviously, everybody's contents. And, you know, I would imagine it would take more than just him. But I would like to get an answer to that, because obviously the tenants aren't paying for that.
Mhm.
I mean, you guys were the ones that initiated the whole idea of the reconstruction. So that's another question. And finally, I'm in a situation where, you know, we're in a 2-level apartment set up there. And the guy above me and I get along really well. We've been great neighbors. You know, we understand the noise factor and all that. So I was hoping that at least we could choose who our neighbor would be. And that's the other question pretty much for now. She had also said that there were 3 and 4 floors, 1 to 4. I don't know if that's true or not.
Again, the plans have not been even remotely finalized yet.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
before us for the first time this evening in a work session. So
Oh, okay.
plans haven't been presented yet.
Sure. And finally, which of the floors would have decks on them?
Okay.
So those are my questions for now anyway.
Thank you. I made a note of them and I'll try to have the applicant mention those things in their presentation tonight, okay? If they have those.
Do you know when we would have answers to those questions?
Soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me just write my name down here.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then, any hands raised online?
There are not.
Anyone else here in chambers that wishes to make a comment on something that's not on tonight's agenda? Okay, with that, then I will close the public communications portion of our meeting and move on to staff and board communications and disclosures. Do we have anything from staff this evening?
I do not have anything this evening.
Okay. And again, I am disclosing that I am going to be recusing myself from the homestake matter tonight, and we have appointed Commissioner Van Dyne as the chair pro tem to handle that matter tonight. Any other disclosures or communications from the commission? Okay, with that, we'll close that portion of the meeting and move on to continuations. We have one item on our continuations portion of the meeting tonight. It's the 327 McHenry Avenue conditional use permit. Staff going to address that?
Yes, good evening, Planning Commission, Planner Spencer Colley. The CUP application for the private recreation facility at 327 McHenry is continued to April 12th, 2023, just to give staff additional time to address site-specific information that the Planning Commission had asked for at the previous meeting. The site visit is also moved to April 12th, 2023, and hopefully there will be less snow than there is today, and that'll be at 4:45.
You can hope, but. Okay, with that, do I need to open up a public hearing for this continuation?
Because it was noticed, yes, but the public should be advised that the full hearing will be at the date Spencer noted. The applicant's not here. Staff isn't prepared to answer questions, those sorts of things. So
with that, I will open up a public hearing with the understanding that the full hearing on this matter is going to be on April 12th, 2023. But anyone wishing to make a comment tonight, please step forward. Thanks. Thank you. No, just silence it if you would. Oh, okay. I thought that was your phone that was making that funny jingle.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mary Wenser, 84060. I live at 320 McHenry. I realize we're continued, but I just would like to ask the commission during this 2-week time, when you get to reviewing your packet, if you could just be considering the fact that for our neighborhood, no one is against a swimming pool. We think they're great if it was in a subdivision where there was more room. That our issue is really more than the neighbors, it's historic Old Town and the importance of that. And our neighborhood is very unique. If you would remember that for decades, we have been the only neighborhood in Old Town that has no nightly rentals. And we've always been primary residents. So we have a really strong fabric there. But, and if you get a chance, it's probably safest to park here and walk up. If you had a chance just to walk up and see our neighborhood and the accessibility and all of that, I think that would also give you good insight. So thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing on 327 McHenry Avenue. Do I have a motion to continue to April 12th, 2023?
Yeah, Chair Soucer, I move that we continue 327 McHenry Avenue private recreation facility to April 12th, 2023.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Van Dyne and a second by Commissioner Frontero. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, now moving on into our work session on 2200 Monitor Drive, the Holiday Village Apartments. This is an affordable master plan development and conditional use permit application.
All right, good evening, Planning Commission. Rebecca Ward with the Planning Department, and this evening we're joined with the applicant. We have Mountain Lands Community Housing Trust and also Elliott Work Group for the city's second affordable master plan development known as the Hopa MPD. And what we'd like to do today is give a really brief introduction to the project and provide the Planning Commission with an opportunity to look at the traffic impact study and the request to reduce parking for the project. and to provide input to the applicant on what information the commission would like for a full project review. We do anticipate a site visit and the first public hearing for the project April 27th. And so with that, to give an introduction to the project, this is for the Holiday Village Apartments and Parkside Apartments along the Kearns and Monitor Drive intersection. And the applicant's proposing to subdivide 4 parcels that are currently 7.4 acres to create 7 lots. And then on each lot to redevelop multi-unit dwellings. So right now, we have the Holiday Village Apartments along Monitor Drive. There are 80 affordable units, and the applicant is proposing 217. And then the Parkside Apartments along Kearns Boulevard, there are currently 42 affordable units, proposed to be increased to 102. And the proposal does include construction in phases so that there can be resident relocation. Because of the increase, right now there are 122 units total between the properties. Because of the increase to 319, staff is recommending that the applicant submit a traffic impact study. And the applicant has been meeting with the engineering department to discuss the scope of that study, and the recommendations are to include the intersections that are listed in the staff report and shown here. In addition to that, to include the changes to access on Monitor and Kearns Boulevards. And then additionally, the applicant proposes 289 parking spaces, which is a reduction by 43 spaces or 13%. And under the Affordable Master Plan Development Code, the Planning Commission can review reductions to parking. And these are some of the considerations. If there's parking along the right-of-way, if there's an agreement that authorizes parking on a nearby site, if there are transit stops within a quarter mile of the site, if extra parking is provided for motorcycles or scooters, if bicycle parking exceeds what's required in the code, or if there is a car share for residents available on the site. So questions will come back to at the end after the applicant's presentation. As I said, we're looking for input on the traffic impact study, the parking study and management plan, and also if there's additional information the Planning Commission would like from the applicant when this project comes forward in April. So I will stop sharing and turn it over to the applicant.
Well, good evening and hello. I'm Dave Levine, the new Executive Director of Mountain Lands Community Housing Trust. This is my 3rd day on the job. So I want to thank everyone for a very warm welcome for me and my wife in the community, but also I want to thank you for this opportunity to present tonight to the Planning Commission. With 152 affordable homes created or preserved within Park City, Mountain Lands has kept hundreds of Parkites in their homes and countless others housed close to their jobs in Park City. As a locally based 501c3 housing nonprofit, Mountain Lands aims to further the public benefit of additional affordable housing. Tonight, at this work session, we will introduce the redevelopment of our existing affordable housing property at Holiday Village and Parkside Apartments, or what we affectionately call Hopa. Our aim is to redevelop the property with 100% affordable housing, no loss of its green space, and with long-term sustainability. A 40-year-old apartment community in the heart of Park City, Hopa offers a housing solution for the 122 current residents to move into energy-efficient, newly constructed affordable homes on site, along with creating almost 200 additional affordable homes for other members of our workforce and community. And we're proposing this redevelopment really to make needed investments and upgrades in the property today.
Hopa also meets a vision for new affordable housing with strong community benefits, including its location close to major commuter lines, walkable access to the nearby schools, community resources and amenities, and with a design minimizing energy usage and environmental impacts. Hopa also fills a need for protecting its current residents, nearly all of whom would be priced out of housing in any other location in the city. Half of the current residents identify as senior and/or disabled, making them even more vulnerable to the market forces in the housing market. For current residents, Hopa will secure a future of quality, affordable housing. And I might add that we've been in touch with residents about Hopa, one of whom is in attendance tonight, but also maybe some listening online, and we will continue to involve them and the neighbors in the process. And finally, Hopa addresses a distinct and acute need for affordable housing and will help the city to reach its 800 affordable unit goal. Hopa is a promise that values all Parkites, no matter their incomes, age, race, ethnicity, or health. Hopa will change lives for the better and make our community even stronger. So now you'll hear from our architects on the ways that Hopa will make that difference for so many in the community. So again, thank you tonight. Thank you again for this opportunity to present to you.
Could I just ask, is this being managed exclusively by Mountain Lands, or is the city involved in this project at all?
No, it's Mountain Lands
Okay.
Exclusively.
I'm Craig Elliott, managing partner of Elliott Work Group. We're architects, land planners, interior architecture. We've been working with Mountain Lands since the inception of the company back in 2002. It's a core part of our business is to provide for and design affordable housing. We've had the opportunity to take a look at the site, and what I'd like to do is sort of introduce you to the ideas behind it, the concepts of it. You have in your packets, most likely, all the drawings and the details. I'm going to try and go through it from our design thoughts tonight, as opposed to just look at the individual drawings. The site itself, I mean, you saw that previously, but it's in between the high school and some commercial space, and adjacent to the Ward House and across the street from other, commercial and other uses like that. It's unique in its location for affordable housing. Within 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, the walking distance or even biking distances, there are so many things that they have access to. It's extremely friendly and available. And because of that, this is a unique spot where we really do have the opportunity to take advantage of what could happen in a site like this. We could come back to it, but it also ties into the future discussion that we'll have with the parking management plan and the parking requirements throughout the project. But you can see it's very accessible. And you've seen this before because I wasn't sure if you knew exactly which one was Holiday Village and Parkside. Those are the two sites that we have. And then there's the zoning. The zoning itself is in between. So we're in an RD zone. Adjacent to it is the high school, which is technically considered open space. Across the street is a residential development, medium density. Adjacent to it, to the south, is commercial. And then across the street, it's a single family. So it's truly a transitional zone in its location. The site itself has some interesting constraints. And if you're curious about the mix of the spaces, Holiday Village has 41 bedroom units. It has 42 bedroom units. Parkside has 32 two bedrooms and 10 three bedroom units. The existing zoning is shown in blue for the setbacks. And then along Kearns Boulevard, there's a 100-foot setback for the frontage protection zone for the entry corridor. So we have a number of different things that are happening throughout the project, and our goals are to keep the people in their homes. We don't want to move them several different times. And so we've been looking at what those constraints look like. And this is a little clearer because you can see the apartment buildings. If you look at that, we had to look, where can we actually make something happen? And what can we do to be able to start the process of building and moving people? So we identified essentially two locations that could work, and it's the parking lots. The parking lot along Kearns and the parking lot comes off a Monitor in between the north and south side of the Holiday Village project.
Is there any underground parking currently at either one of these developments?
They're all surface parked.
They're all surface parking.
And so all of it's surface parking. And as you look at it, we actually first started looking, do we want to build along Kearns to start with? And knowing that it's in the frontage protection zone and we've got the setback, there's allowances for that. But we just felt like that was too big of an ask as a place to move from. So we started looking at what would happen if we built in the parking lot at the Holiday Village side. And so Mountain Lands went and had a discussion with the neighboring commercial, and they've got an agreement that they'll be putting together the parking management plan that would allow parking to take place on the upper level of the parking structure immediately south of the property. Those are all things that will have to be discussed and worked through in an agreement. But the idea then is that would free up the opportunity for us to provide parking and allow us to put the buildings together and start the initial process. And so we actually submitted another version before this. And I want to show you what we were thinking, because it was an interesting thought. We would build one building in the parking lot, and then we'd be able to move a chunk of people from one side or other from Holiday Village. Then we'd build the other, and we'd be able to move them into the other one. And then that opened up the next phase, which would build these other two buildings that go run north and south on the site. And we'd be able to move the people from Parkside over. And then that would open up the Parkside apartment site for development. And so it's a sequential concept. It ended up with 209 units. Not really quite enough, I think, for what we needed to do. But what's really interesting, if you look at it, is all the surface parking. They were all 4-story buildings, and they were all surface parking. And so basically we ended up with 3 large parking lots on the ground of area. We had a little bit of open space close to the high school football field, and some open space between some buildings. But we were really challenged to go back and take another look and see, one, can we improve the quality of the place for the people that are living there? And can we look at a way to increase the density to make this a financially successful project? And so that's where we were. And we went back and took another look and said, okay, we still need to start in the same place. We need to start in the parking lot in this location. So we came up with a new building configuration, and we went to all underground parking. So all of these buildings are showing underground parking. We have some, you'll see surface parking you may have seen in the site plan, but we would start with building A. There's 45 units. We'd be able to move everybody from the north side of Holiday Village into that building. And then that would open up the north part of the property to be developed. When we developed and completed those, we'd be able to move all of the rest of the apartments into those buildings. Then everything from that point on would be new space in the overall scheme of things over what was there. So we then developed the piece below, and then we'd have the opportunity to develop the Parkside apartments side. And the idea here was that we would be able to increase the density, provide some unit types that don't exist. We are heavy on 2-bedroom apartments. We have some 3-bedroom, and we've increased the 3-bedroom apartment count, but we've also added 1-bedroom, and we've also added some studio apartments that really don't exist on this site today. And we think that there's a big need for that because it's sort of the first stepping stone. And a number of the units that are there currently maybe underutilized as far as the bedroom counts and the people and the counts. So this gave us an opportunity to develop a new concept. And what you'll see is it really opens up the project. It creates a place for people to be. It reduces the hard surface for dedicated to cars. It maintains only one entrance in and out on each side of the property. We've got 2 fire lanes that are on the north and south. Those would be bollarded. And everything that you see on the Holiday Village side is 3 stories. By going to this solution, it changes the things we can do in the fire code. And so we can actually have a better project with more density with underground parking at 3 stories than we would if everything was at 4 stories on the project. So, you know, the percentage of open space is fairly significant. How that gets developed, how it's used, I'll show you some perspectives of what that looks like. But what I really wanted to kind of remind people of is how close it is to free public transit. You can see there's 5 different bus stops shown on this graphic. There really is an easy access to moving throughout town. And because of it, it gives us some opportunities to even discuss some other ways to, in the future, if the transit system wants to accommodate some bus parking within the site, because it might actually give us a better terminal along Kearns. It's certainly possible there. And it's also possible on Monitor. And with this design, you can walk across the site very easily. You're not crossing any road traffic or any car traffic. There's sidewalks throughout, and they would give you easy access to the existing pedestrian and bike traffic that's there today. So what I'm going to show you is a series of still images, and I'm going to run a video, a short one. Hopefully it runs. It might be a little jumpy. But this is a view of the project looking down Monitor towards Park Meadows. You can see the white building is the ward house currently. And you can see that the buildings all along the side are all 3 stories. And this is looking back Monitor towards Old Town as you move towards Bonanza. And again, you can see 3 stories here. And then this would be the entry into the site. This access point is almost identical. It overlaps the existing one. So it's consistent with what's there, and visual sight lines are good in that location. When we dig in a little deeper, there's some opportunities for other traffic calming things that we could deal with, but we need to wait for the report before we address any of those on the road system. Inside, as you move in, you can look to the left, you see a car going down the ramp into the underground parking. That's the underground parking entrance. Each of the buildings are connected by a tunnel underneath that goes to each underground parking space. So as you move across the site underground, all of the car access will come in and out of that one point.
And where is that? That entrance to the parking garage?
It's if you see where the car is in this image, it's the car is going down, and that image is down on the lower level. Let me see if I can go back.
But it's the same driveway that it currently uses on Monitor.
It's overlaid on it's the little left or right of the entrance, but it's pretty much right on top of it.
Off Monitor. Okay.
Yeah, off of Monitor. Yeah.
Thanks.
And then this is showing, we've referred to them as the south courtyard and the north courtyard on the Holiday Village side. So give an idea of what that looks like from in the courtyard looking back. This is building A. And this is looking back, and that's building D. But you see what we've tried to do is develop some large open passive spaces so that they could be used by the community there and create space and volume in between this so that it creates more of a campus feel. And this is at the south end of the site looking between building D and E on the left-hand side, looking to the north. And this is looking from the entrance. This is where the video will help a little bit, but this building A on the right, it's the primary entrance. It also have the office space for the entire complex, and you're able to access in between each one of the sites and each of the entrances to the buildings, interior or exterior. And this would be the north courtyard looking back at building C. And again, this is in that north courtyard looking back across the site. And then as you come down Kearns, you get a sense of what's happening. And what we've done is we've pushed everything back behind the frontage protection zone and stepped it back. So the corners are the closest to the road and everything steps back. And this is a 4-story version. The buildings step back at the height they're required to above the 3rd story. And this is further down Kearns, looking back at the same location. And again, along the sidewalk, looking at the buildings that face Kearns with the existing Parkside Apartments site.
Can I ask you, is building D at Holiday Village, is that still in the same distance from Monitor?
Excuse me, we can take your comments during the public input after the work session, okay? Sure.
And I'll be happy to answer those questions. Yeah. And so this gives you another shot from the sidewalk that's along Kearns. And then again, also looking back across those, and you kind of get a sense for the distance between them. The architecture was designed to try and bring some warmth and connection between things, and then use each building have an accent, a color that identifies that building. Not so that not only do we create variation with the unit sizes and types throughout the site, but we've also tried to give each building an identity so that, you know, you're not telling somebody to go in, you go to the second building on the right, you could tell them to go to the green building, the red building, the blue building, or you could give them a letter or a number, whatever it is. But the idea is that you can identify them from the exterior based on the accent that we're using for each building. And then this is the north side. You can see the track over here on the left, and there's a playground area we've associated pretty close to the core of the project. And you see again from this site here. And overall, looking down, you see the parking garage right at the bottom. You can see the Ward House to the left. You can see the high school beyond in the track. And then one of the things that was mentioned, one of our consultants had suggested, you know, they work on a lot of affordable projects and they've never seen one that is walking distance to the elementary school, the junior high, and the high school. That you can see all 3 of those in this rendering, which is kind of a valuable asset to have, because you know there will be families moving in and into this facility. And this is also looking back from above, back towards the Old Town. Hopefully this is a short video. I'll run through it and then we can get to any questions you might have. Seems to be a little bit jerky, but you can see we're coming down Kearns Boulevard. You can see the buildings that were developed on the right-hand side. We've tried to follow through, and we've gone through an arborist report. We're trying to maintain all of the trees that are healthy. We expect that that'll be, you know, part of what's happening. They've already got a plan in place into what they need to do to save some of the ones that are struggling today. This is coming down Monitor. You can get a sense for the relationship to the site and where they are. They're actually farther back on the site than what the current the buildings are. They're not that much difference in size as far as the heights go of what's there today, because they have a pitched roof on across all of them, and they're pretty close to a 12-12. This is the entry coming off Monitor, and you can see the parking garage down below where the car is going in. And then we're in the south courtyard here, and you can see the car going down the ramp and panning across the courtyard. Start to get a sense for the scale of each one. We're very excited about the opportunities that's going to happen within the space interior of the project. And this is going by building A. That's the entry and the primary office space on the right. And it goes between these building B into the north courtyard. And we've addressed dog bikes and motor scooters and things like that, and we'll deal with that in our next stage with you. This also in the north courtyard, so you kind of get a sense for how each one of these has its own space and relationship to outdoor space. And this is in between, that's looking at building G and Parkside side, and the space is in between, so you can get a feel for what that distance is and what the character of that would be. And then, of course, the playground area that you can get a chance to see from there. And I think there's one more short shot here of the overall, so you can get a sense for what all those pieces are. That's essentially, I think, what we wanted to talk about and get in front of you today. We can answer any questions that you might have, and look forward to doing that. And I can go back to any screen you want if you've got something you'd like to see.
Great. Thanks so much for that wonderful presentation. Commissioners.
Go ahead, Kristen.
I'll jump in. So I drive by this complex multiple times a day, every day, and I have for 20 years. So I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty excited when I saw this project come up because they need rehab. They are getting old, getting funky. And just, I was excited to see this. I love your plans for the open space. When you drive by, you see there are always kids out there playing. There are always stacks of bicycles everywhere. And I think this provides a much better, safer place for these families. And I think that this is an ideal location for this type of project. Like you said, being able to get to all the schools, and then the city being able to hopefully increase transit there. A couple of thoughts that I don't know how much, I think they're just things that I want to see and I don't know if they'd be helpful, is getting a baseline for what you guys have right now for how many vehicles people have there per unit. I think that gives us a kind of a jumping off point for like, okay, if we're expanding, we're going to see the same types of use coming in. So I think that sets like kind of an idea for us if we're going to increase it, how many more vehicles about we might expect. So kind of the current status of what's going on there, how many vehicles per unit. And I don't know if we can get like transit numbers where people are working and commuting to give us that kind of background. Because I think a benefit of this project too is that it's somewhat like our other project where it's already in town. A lot of these people already work in town. So we're not creating traffic that's coming into town. These people are already here. So it's just moving them around town in a good manner. The underground parking is great. I think some questions too when you come back. What's your AMI breakdown? We're going to get into all of that and to what your AMI looks like right now for those units. And then your staging to be able to keep everyone in their homes and being able to move people around, I think is ideal and truly respects how much these people depend on this housing and how much they're needed in the community. So I think that's outstanding that you set that forward. Your open space is a lot better than what I feel like you have. What is your open space right now?
We were looking at that calculation, and I believe that we're higher than what it is currently, but we're definitely higher in usability.
Right. And that's what I was saying. It seems like your open space is maybe comparable, but your new open space is so much more usable than the alleys you have between all these small buildings.
Yeah, they're larger and more and safer because they don't open onto monitor curtains.
I appreciate the looking at doing the 3-story buildings closer to where the other residential areas are and keeping the 4-story buildings out on Kearns and respecting all of the frontage protection zone and everything like that. I think I can let someone else go. What's your average square footage for units right now? Also, I think that would be nice to know going forward. I know you're planning on bigger units, different units. So kind of what your square footage breakdown is now and what you're going to would be helpful. Definitely need a traffic impact study for sure. And I think that's all I have for right now. I'll let someone else jump in.
No, those were great comments. Thanks, Kristen.
Actually, if I could just answer that real quickly, we'll get back to you with all that. But they're very good comments. And I like the fact that we're going to keep the 122 residents on site. And I know that, you're talking about AMIs generally no more than 50%. So, that's kind of currently where that's at. So, but we'll come back with more specifics for you. Yeah.
And along those lines, people that are in a certain square footage now, are you going to try to keep them in a comparable square footage unit in the future? Is that planned?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
Something at least comparable, if not better. So that's our goal.
Commissioner Frontero?
Thank you. Overall, the project is very exciting and it'll be a much needed addition to the community. So I can see that there's been a lot of thought put into this versus some other plans we've seen. So you should be commended on this plan. It's going to be a very nice addition. The details are always, a little bit sticky. During the presentation, you mentioned financially successful development, and I'm wondering how you define that.
Basically, they can afford to build it, put people in it. I mean, that's our goal, is to try and create a project that, it keeps Mountain Lens in business, so to speak, and keeps people in their homes and provides the housing that they need at the levels that are requested. So,
Okay, thank you. And the sequential phasing is going to be the key to this project, particularly for the current residents. So let me just walk through how I think this is being presented to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. So there's currently 122 units. All of those 122 current unit folks that are living there will be afforded the opportunity to move into this new project. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And that leaves roughly 200 additional. So how are you envisioning offering the other 200? Is it just first come, first serve? Will the residents of Park City that are maybe aging, will they have some consideration to getting entry into this new project? And I'm just curious about that.
So we're going to, that's going to depend a lot on the financing and the restrictions that go along with that. But we'll be following fair housing rules and how we're going to offer these units out. I can't speak right now to what you're asking about in terms of who ultimately would end up in the units, because that's going to be decided, but it will be, I think, done in a way that complies with the financing to make sure that we're providing this to everyone that can qualify for it.
So, okay, I understand that. Is the vision though to have first-time homeowners, in the studios, and then they move into the 1 and 2 bedrooms, and then there'll also be a mix of seniors? Is that the vision, that it'll be a mixed community of younger, medium term families and seniors all living?
Yeah. So well, first of all, it's all rentals.
All rentals,
Yeah.
excuse me. Yeah.
So there's no ownership here. But given the mix of the units, including studios up to 3 bedrooms, we envision a mix of singles to families. So I think you're just going to see that happen, just given the mix of the units themselves. And I do want to emphasize the studios are, that's a really interesting feature of the project, because, to have that available is very important, because we've identified a lot of demand for those studios. And to have that there on site is going to mean that we can address that population that's looking for that type of unit type.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to talk about the parking, and we're going to talk about the traffic. I get that. I just was offering some, high level thoughts on it. The open space looks terrific. If the rendering is, accurate, that looks very nice. And I can see that offering a nice amenity to the families and the children within contained development. That looks great. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
because I'm going to piggyback on what you were just addressing. You talked about studios, maybe fulfilling a niche of housing that's required in this community. And I get that, you know, workforce housing, seasonal workers, perhaps single people coming here to work and renting for a certain amount of time. But doesn't really jive with the, oh, look how close it is to the schools and, you know, all the kids that are playing. Are we targeting workforce housing? And I'm not, I was just, is this more of a rentals for long-term residents of the city, or are we looking at seasonal workers potentially living here?
No, I would say it's long-term rentals. I mean, that's really the purpose of it.
Yep.
And what I mean by the studios is that there is that niche of the workforce that needs that, and they need affordable housing, but on a long-term basis. Yeah, it's all long-term.
Okay, thanks for that. I also thought that the statistic that was given early on about half of the current residents are seniors or disabled. I thought that was really interesting, and that's something to consider when we talk about the parking reduction also, because potentially those people aren't going to be able to ride bikes or walk to the local grocery stores to get what they need. So they might definitely need parking. So I was just, so I just thought that was important to bear that in mind. So are the current residents in both developments all rentals, or does anyone own their units currently?
No, it's all rentals.
It's all rentals currently. Okay, thanks. Are there two entrances to that parking garage, or just the one off Monitor?
There's, for the Holiday Village side, there's one entrance, and for the Kearns side, there's one entrance. So I didn't probably show that, but it comes in and feeds the farthest building and then goes underground and connects those two buildings. So that's the way it's currently laid out.
So two garages, each, and those two are not connected. They are just connected to all of the buildings in that section.
They're not currently connected. Yeah. In the design we've shown.
And they're not going to be connected. Okay, just wanted to clarify. I saw some stalls, some surface stalls next to the buildings. Is that envisioned as some surface parking, or is that just temporary parking to unload or pick up someone?
Oh, we've counted that in the overall count. We've been looking at different ways. So as we get to the next step, we'll be able to refine some of those numbers for you. I think there's a need for some temporary parking at the entrances, which is what we were trying to show there, without adding a bunch of cars on the surface in that spot.
Well, I agree with all of Commissioner Van Dyne's questions and comments about the project. And I want to add, I know that the Elliott Work Group designed the Woodside Phase 1, correct? Is that
which one?
Did you design Woodside Phase 1?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful development, and I think it's a great addition to town. But I was just wondering if you go back to the people that moved in and say, you know, what did we do right? You know, what do we miss? And bring those comments in your next project.
One of the residents is an employee in our office. Her and her husband. She's an architect and not licensed, but she's an intern architect, and her husband works for the resort. She's right on Park Avenue. I think the comments there were more like more dimmable lights. There's some other, I mean, the comments that I've gotten back, and I think she's one of the more vocal people there, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that she speaks to it because she knows what's going on. But the comments, I think, are relatively minor in the overall big picture of what's going on. You know, that's best I can tell you. We could dig into that, and I could have some of that for you. Wouldn't take very long.
Yeah. You know, when I look at Woodside Phase 2, I see very small porches, for instance. I wonder if people would prefer like a more of a personal outdoor space around their unit or close to their unit, rather than all the common space. I was just something that I observe when I look at Woodside phase 1.
Yeah, we actually, in the early stages of that project, designed ones that were all individual lots. And then the request was to go to more communal space.
Okay.
In the design phase through the planning process.
And the upper level garage in the current commercial space, I guess that's Wells Fargo and those offices there. Are you counting those spaces? Or would that be additional?
So that's interim. It's
Okay.
only interim parking. It's for the first phase when we build the first building.
Okay.
And the goal of that, we've had some studies done and they've checked the parking counts on that level and the lower level. And as it's been used in the recent past anyway, it's available.
Yeah.
So
I would imagine so, because that's kind of the shared parking idea, right? It's a commercial building. People come and then they leave at 5 o'clock, and then your residents come home and they might be able to share that parking that's available there, right? So that's great. We like to see that. I was just curious about the balconies, the patios, and whether or not roof space is going to be used, and get a good understanding of any equipment on the roofs and things like that as we progress through the plans. That'd be great. And then if the applicant or staff could address some of the questions that were raised earlier by the public comment, if we give some ballpark as to when this is going to start, who's doing the moving, whether or not there's going to be a potential choice of the neighbors. And then you've answered the 3 and 4 floors, and more details on the decks, I'm sure, is going to be coming. So,
yeah, we can address that in the future. I can tell you it's well over 50% of the units have decks, and I can't speak to how they set up the tenant.
and one final question then. So all the current units are rentals, and all the units that are going to be constructed are rentals. Do we envision then that the rental rate is going to be the same or similar to what the current residents are at?
Well, the rate is going to be, it's going to be affordable. So meaning that the residents won't be paying more than 30% of their income towards their rent.
Yep.
And so it's a little hard to forecast what those incomes will be, going forward. But generally, it's going to be affordable throughout, 100% affordable. So those rents will be set at a level to make sure that they're not, that they can handle it, that they can easily handle it as affordable rentals.
Good. Well, I guess those details would be helpful to have.
Yeah, they'll be, I can't say what exactly those rents will be, but it'll depend on really what the income levels are at the time when they're set. So.
Thanks.
Okay, welcome, David.
Yeah, well, thank you, John.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hello, Craig. Easy to fall in love with. I love the long-term rentals, the location, the sensitivity to the tenants, all of it that the other commissioners have mentioned. 50% AMI. I love that you mentioned the potential transit opportunity here, which is, really huge to the community. I think as much as housing, look, transit, that's where we're at. We need those two issues, and for you to provide potentially some transit solution is huge for me. With transit comes lower parking opportunities. I know maybe some people are surprised to hear me say that, but I would love to explore that here. I think Commissioner Van Dyne touched upon the occupancy in terms of things to bring forward. And, obviously you mentioned financing and how all those things go. And, let's jump into Are you asking for city money and subsidies in this when you get down the road? Are you going to be looking for a sizable contribution from the city?
Well, yes, the city will be part of it.
Okay.
For
I
sure.
imagine I'm not allowed to ask how much.
But I mean, just generally in terms of the financing, we're looking at a LIHTC financing for this, for low income housing tax credit financing.
Right.
And so the city will be part of that, you know, in terms of the capital stack, what's needed. And as well, we are looking at other fundraising and financial sources, private financial sources to help fund the gap.
Well, I think this is, you know, thinking out of the box, providing a good number, 200 units approximately to the community, walking distance, all these things. I think you've checked a lot more boxes than other projects that have come before us, and I'm very excited about this project. I would hope that the city does come in and support this project. Commissioner Van Dyne also mentioned the stacking. I love what you did over here with regards to the stacking on this thing. How long do you estimate this phasing to take place?
So I think, I mean, you want to add to?
You want to, how long do you do the construction part?
Yes.
Or pieces? So it depends on the phasing and the financing, but you know, so the first phase is, you know, somewhere between an 8-month and 12-month build. And then the next phases after that, we think we can do those in 2 buildings at a time. And so if you do those in 2 buildings at a time, just take that same sequence and timing. And, you know, just because it's bigger doesn't mean it's going to take longer. It's just a larger scale. So depending upon how it all phases out and the financing works, you know, the first one's a year plus or minus, and then a year for the next 2. And then that's everybody that's on site. So, I mean, that's fairly quick way to move forward. And that was one of the tricky constraints in the project.
Right. I would like to hear when you come back about what I think each commissioner's asked for, and that is, how are you going to demise these, what demographics, how are you going to, you know, accept applications and all that kind of thing. I love the studios. I know exactly, you know, the need for that here in the community, and in that location without a car makes a lot of sense for those kind of units and things. So last but not least, soils. I know it's been built there a long time, but Park City's really old. Have we done some soil testing already?
We've ordered it. Yes.
We've ordered it.
Yeah, and we have the initial soil test from a long time ago, but we've ordered new soil tests.
We know the history of this property.
We don't know a lot about it, but my understanding is it was really more agricultural historically than anything else. So I don't have I mean, Charlie left, he probably knew, but that's my understanding of what it was.
Well, I look forward to this project moving forward.
Yeah, I'll try to not repeat what the other commissioners said. But I may, you never know. Traffic impact study, yes, let's move on that. Also look at the access entrance off of Kearns is a mess. So let's look at creatively widening that and making it a little safer, as well as off of Monitor. Parking, I'll just follow their lead and see what you guys come back with. But having lived in 2 separate affordable housing developments for over 17 years, everyone has there's parking problems in ours. Everyone has a car, whether they use it to get around town or not. So yeah, I just am looking forward to seeing what you guys come back on that. At least with existing tenants that are having a good senior population, there may not be a need necessarily, but potentially you could add a ride share location at each entrance for like the senior transit bus. That might help mitigate that. Next, Abutting property owners, I'm not sure, have you spoken to the school district or the LDS church, getting any feedback on the initial design yet? Specifically with the church, I know there's a good chunk of significant vegetation being removed. It looks like proposed with the roadways. So.
Well, I know we've had conversations with both,
Okay.
The schools and the LDS church there.
Okay.
That was my predecessor. I can't speak to what was sort of said or what the outcomes were, but they've been informed about it. I think they're both very supportive of it, from what I've heard initially, supportive.
Okay, that'd be good to kind of expand on. I think it's important, especially with those trees being removed for the road on the north end of the project. Height, you have managed to keep everything other than G under 45 feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's just barely popping through for the elevator shaft.
Yeah, there's a little piece in the elevator.
Which is
shaft,
allowed.
Which I think we're allowed to exceed on.
You are. I just wanted to make sure we clarify that. So I personally really appreciate that, sir.
Thank you.
And with that, I was wondering if you were to pull up the monitor drive shot, would it be possible on E? It looks like you have an elevator shaft that's closer to monitor. Would it be possible to move that to the east side of the building, maybe to soften the view on monitor, or was it really?
Is it this view right here?
I think so. Well, I'm looking at the plans as well. It looks like on E, you kind of have a
Building E?
Building E, you have on the north end, you have the elevator shaft, and then something else kind of in the center of the building there.
Yeah, we've got stairs that have to access the roof. And so there's a couple ways to do that. So we can look at lowering those.
Yeah, if the other commissioners agree, I think just softening
The
it.
elevator, I'm not sure we would have to reconfigure. I'll look and see.
Okay.
But the stairs are easy enough for us to adjust.
Okay, thank you. Trying to think what else I have here. I don't know if this is, I just want to get this off my, you brought it up as far as the Woodside. I would ask, what is Mountain Land's plan for future? Let me explain. So using Woodside, Elliott Group designed, getting feedback from Woodside would be good, but also maybe some older developments that you guys have done. I know that the development I live in was designed by Elliott and built by another company, R&O, I believe, and our houses are a wreck. So you're welcome to come talk to us about some of the pitfalls that happened there, such as like sundial issues, and our houses are falling apart at 10 and 11 years. And I think the city acknowledges that the ownership model there might not be good with the single family dwelling.
Which project?
Snow Creek.
Snow
cottages. Creek. And so I really want to know what Mountain Lands is thinking about with the aging housing they have in town, what kind of pitfalls you have and what plan you have in place. Because I think Snow Creek is a great example, but I believe I've seen at City Council, not one of your developments, but we have another affordable housing development where they're having major issues with their building. I don't think either one of you are part of that, but it's something, we build this affordable housing, it ages, and then these capital improvements get put on the burden of these tenants. And so I just want to make sure Mountain Lands is mindful of that, and they have a plan in place for the property management and the upkeep of the building come 10, 20 years down the line.
Right. No, that's a very good point. And that's often missing in these affordable housing projects. It's like, what happens in 10, 20 years?
Yeah.
And where are the improvements? Where's the investment? But I can tell you that is going to be part of the plan here. I mean, actually, a lot of the motivation behind Hopa is that making that investment to upgrade and to improve what's there, the 122 units. But I think that's going to continue is with our other properties for sure. I think that has to be a big part of it. And, I think that's always something that affordable housing developers and providers have to be mindful about is just, what does it look like 20, 30 years out, and being willing to make those investments to keep it up to grade and really current.
No, I appreciate that. I just, again, I don't think it's our purview, but I think that we're seeing some of these structures age, and it's putting a huge burden on it's no longer affordable per se, right? So it's good that you guys are thinking about it and keeping it mindful. So I'll leave it there for me.
Then can we hear from Commissioner Hall?
Hi, I think so many of you have already captured very similar comments and questions that I had. So I will just let the applicant proceed with those for the next meeting.
Great. And Commissioner Zig, would you like to weigh in on this project?
Sure. I concur with all of my colleagues. Many of the comments that have been made are great comments. I want to echo especially that it's refreshing to see the redevelopment of a project where, at least for me, I'm not feeling held hostage to anything. I think this is a great gentrification of the area. I think Heights, you've worked hard on the Heights, and after all, we've been used to seeing the Eccles for so long. I bet not one person in the room could tell me exactly how tall it is, but it's in the same scale. I think, the traffic report and the traffic certainly goes without saying. I would like to see a transportation sort of analysis of how pedestrian traffic might flow towards the Fresh Market and towards the Park City Market, knowing that there's possibly some future plans there. I think those would be great traffic mitigators. Stacking, I think the comment about stacking and how you enter in off of Monitor, which is currently, I believe, a 2-lane. And then, of course, as you're, coming towards the Tupelo and the Wells Fargo and the Monitor, how do you get in there without really stacking things up? To that extent, some cooperation potentially with the Board of Education and their new facilities planning. As you have construction vehicles and school buses, they're already a little bit of an issue as they stack and get ready. And as you can note, I think there's bollards there between the east connection from that one parking lot into the school lot, knowing, of course, that that's I believe, a one-way exit there. But I just think the stacking and the amount of additional traffic on Kearns sort of falls into the construction mitigation plan. If you are going underground, there's going to be dirt hauling. What are the hours? Can it be in a non-peak hour? Those kinds of things. Because I assume the garages are subterranean and not terraced. But you could correct me if I'm wrong. So construction management, real important, the boom of the cranes, how they're swinging, what the impact, what the safety, all that kind of stuff. The comment about senior living there was really interesting to me. And, to the extent that there's facility support for a diverse community there. I too am a fan of an eligibility, reviewing an eligibility criteria. That I believe in community and fostering long-term occupants in our developments here. So, we're used to it, this use here. I think it's a great use here. To me, it'd be unprecedented, but, an additional floor. Hey, this is the kind of thing where it makes sense to have this. And so kudos for gentrifying this area and coming up with a plan that doesn't displace the residents. And I think the other comments that we've all made are just a matter of exercise and fundamentally understanding the project. Bus stops, bus turnouts, that's one thing that I'm curious about on the site plan, but I'm sure will come up in traffic analysis. So that's all I have.
Right. Thanks, Henry.
Yep.
I do too. But go ahead. Maybe you have my follow-up. Go ahead.
It's Commissioner Frontero. I have a follow-up. somewhat to Commissioner Sig. So is there consideration for common space use such as a childcare facility potentially and or a senior center, or they could be combined? And is that currently in the plans?
Yeah.
Each of the buildings has common area, and we have not programmed each one specifically yet because we weren't sure where this project was going to go based on our discussions. And all of the L-shaped buildings have common area that in the corner that's on at least 2 floors and significant amounts of common area. And so how those get programmed out will depend on how they have to operate. But we've had a number of discussions about different users that might be part of this resident mix.
So each building currently has allocated, when you say a reasonable amount, I mean, approximately how much does each building have?
They're somewhere around 1,500 square foot per floor.
Per floor?
Yeah, so there were some that were up 2.
Yes, stacked. Okay. Thank you.
So I just want to add to that, Commissioner Frontero, that I'm a believer in providing support and services at all affordable housing. And particularly here with half the residents either being senior or disabled, that it's really critical to have that as a part of the project. And so we are going to activate those community spaces. We're going to be providing programming and services and supports, whatever is needed to really help the residents, move to greater self-sufficiency. That's really the key. And that just has to be a part of any affordable housing. It really does. That those services are there to really help the residents move to a better spot and to help progress.
Great. Thanks. Look forward to seeing that.
This is Commissioner Sig with one more question. Is there a surcharge for the bot seats for minor sporting events? Rental rate? And so to that point, fans are ardent, fans love to watch and especially if your team's doing well, or whatever, or your kid's playing. And so one of the things due to the proximity to the track and field and football and lacrosse complex, I mean, I guess, you want to be careful about rooftop tailgating 45 feet in the air because the minors are playing in, the semifinals. So to me, I mean, I'm not saying that the building should be placed differently, but I think there should be some attention to the perhaps safety precautions, access precautions to, getting onto rooftops like that. And, because it could create a situation that's potentially dangerous. And as long as there's, it's a fair shake for who gets, the unit right behind the goalposts, then those were my only comments about that. It was just more about the safety of the location and potential gathering, I guess I should say, which might open the door to gathering, at ground level in an adjacent way, like a hardscape gathering, and bust out the lawn chairs and watch the game.
Well, as you know, I've spent a lot of time at that field. Well, some of you know that. I broadcast the games there for 25 years. But the opportunity to actually create a space adjacent to there, we really haven't talked about. And that's kind of an interesting idea. So
Awesome.
I'll go back and think about that. Appreciate that.
I like that. So just another thing that you mentioned this common area in each building, and you also made a reference to the office space in one of the buildings. And could you just elaborate on that? Because I wasn't clear on what that was referring to.
Yeah, so building A at the main entrance, we have the prime office for the project. So it'll go in as the very beginning. And so they'll have a place to go to report to anybody who's, if they have any issues or whatever's going on in there, and be able to help manage the facility. And we try to put it what is the most centrally located in the first phase, so that it would then spread out for the whole project.
So it's a manager's office.
It's a manager's type office, but it's in the right place to be able to be used for everything long term.
Does Mountain Lands envision managing the building then long term, or do you source that out?
Oh, no, our property management is outsourced. But we will be, managing certainly tenant selection and turnover and the like. And also any of the services and supports that are provided there. I mean, we may not be doing it ourselves, but we'll work with other providers to make sure it's delivered.
Okay. And then I just want to touch on seniors again, just to understand, as Commissioner Zig mentioned, a criteria for selection of candidates and the current seniors that are living there apparently. And I'm not familiar with how that criteria would have to be adjusted, because I know that some of the criteria is living in the city or working in the city, and teachers and firefighters and nurses and stuff like. We really kind of target people that live here full time for affordable housing, and I don't know how you mix that with eligible seniors that could possibly go in. So I just want to understand that as we move forward too.
Right. And we'll spell that out.
Okay.
I mean, we will for sure.
That's all I have. Anyone else? Well, thanks very much for that great
Well, no,
presentation.
thank you all. I mean, it's, I stepped into Mountain Lands this week and look what I found. I mean, how lucky am I?
Yeah.
I mean, this is a very well thought out, well considered project, and just really appreciated the chance to present it tonight. And we'll be coming back to you with more information, and certainly we'll be spelling out the details for you as we move ahead. But thank you again for the opportunity.
So maybe I should open this up for a public hearing, a brief public hearing. If there's anyone in the chambers or online that would like to pose some questions that the applicant can come back with to answer, or comments about the proposal, please raise your hand online or step forward in chambers and give us your comments, please.
You want me to step up there?
Yes, please. Sign in and give us your name and your comments. What?
My email is long. Sorry about that. My name is Doug Drexler, and I've been here since 1996, and I have a family member that lives there. And I think it's a great project that you all are taking under consideration and hopefully moving forward with. And so I applaud your efforts, and I hope it comes to fruition. My thought is the density is increasing dramatically. Parking's going down. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I think this is what I'm hearing. And buildings going up. All that is what you have to do if you're going to increase capacity. If we end up with units that are accommodate everything, but then over the period of time, especially the first few years, all of a sudden the price points for the people living there is, well, we have to increase it because everything costs more, and you know how that goes, and so on and so on and so on. Most of the folks there can't afford price increases. I'm pretty familiar with what the clientele that currently lives there, and it's great to have them in town. So what I'm really getting at here, and I'm trying to make this short, is that the existing clientele, if you say it's going to be very affordable to them, they're probably at their max now. So what does the price look like in 5 years or 10 years? And if you say, well, it's just gone up the CPI or whatever, that's not keeping the cost or price the same. You know, so just use your words wisely, because people hear what you say. And if they say it's affordable and it's not going to change, you know, people understand you multiply the density by 3 or whatever, and it's all of a sudden several hundred instead of 100. The cars aren't there, they're down underneath, and all that's good. But don't bring the current residents in under the guidance that there's not going to be any change in cost, and then within 5 years they're priced out. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because they're probably at their limit now. So that'd be all I'd say. Keep up, do the good work, and it's great to have people doing it. Besides those of us that have lived here, I've been here since '96, and keep up the good work.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else here in chambers wishing to comment on the proposal for the redevelopment of Holiday Village? Any hands online?
There are.
I'm sorry, please.
Hi, my name is Magda Prez, and I have lived here since I was 1. I am 29, so 28 years. I am a single mother of 3 kiddos, and what concerns me is the cost, just like Doug said. And right now, it's just depends on what your income is. And I am very interested in what they have, the plans they have. It's very amazing. It's beautiful. I just wanted to ask about the amenities that will be there for the kids. It's a perfect location due to my son has football. He just runs to the football field. My kids are in the elementary, high school, everything.
Wow.
So it's great. And if there was any plans of even a small little pool, just to the people who can't afford all of these recreation centers, gyms, pools, all these stuff for the kids. And if you pass by there, there's a bunch of kids just running around everywhere.
Yep.
Just things to give them to do.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I have to say.
Thank you.
And if there's going to be sections like the other lady said, there's going to be able to choose where you're wanting to be just due to the people that live there. There's some people that hate loud noises, and there's obviously people that have a lot of kids, over 4 kids, 5 kids in an apartment of 2 bedrooms. So it's just kind of like knowing what their plans are to accommodate all these families.
Mm-hmm.
That's everything.
Thanks for your comments.
Thank you.
It's really helpful.
Could you please sign in? Awesome.
Anyone else here in chambers wishing to comment on this proposal? Should we go to online?
James Kilpatrick, you have been promoted. Please unmute yourself.
Hey, sorry, I just sent in a chat. I'm in a loud environment, my kids' hockey game, but I wanted to voice my opinion in support. So hopefully you can see my chat.
Would you like our staff to read the chat comment?
If you wish. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, I guess.
Yes, please. Go ahead and give us your comments.
Yep. So I guess I'll just say it here. Just good evening, Planning Commission, and thank you. I just wanted to write and voice my support of the Hopa and Homestake developments. You know, I think that these projects are going to greatly benefit our community. We all know and interact with someone, you know, who would greatly benefit from these projects. You know, retail workers, grocery, restaurant, service providers. So I know it goes without saying, but And as well, it'd be great to continue to offer such housing for our aging and senior community. So thank you all for your working on this project. I know it'll do a lot for our community.
Thanks for your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Angela Mosqueda, you have been promoted.
Good evening, planning commissioners. I would like to agree with some of what has been said, that this is absolutely tremendous, made possible by an incredible gift to the community. I am hugely in support of this and in support of any project that helps us close the gap instead of exacerbate it, where affordability and our affordable housing net differential are concerned. There's a couple of comments that I have, some that I think could potentially be addressed by the developer, and then a couple that I think are more the business of the city. So the one thing that is missing to me here is space for dogs. I think in a community of this size, it should be expected that there will be a significant number of people and families with pets. And so giving them a couple of closed areas to exercise those dogs and bring them to do their business, and then make sure that animal waste receptacles are placed throughout would be really beneficial. Another thing, I don't know if everyone's paying attention to what's going on nationally, but the e-bike bill is back and it is receiving significant bipartisan support, which means that e-bike purchases may be up to 30% subsidized. I think if you look at the potential for something like that to happen, and then a community like ours that is prioritizing, so we say, alternate modes of transit and transportation, then we need to start considering that bikes and e-bikes might become significantly more adopted, and really make sure that we have safe, secure and protected from the element storage for those. And then safe from individual people. People need lock-offs for things like that. I do think that we are, again, potentially over parking something like this. I agree that it would be important to make sure that any of the existing residents do have room for their cars. But I think, again, we have significant percentages of people that live in this community already or would be willing to relocate here and take local jobs and rely exclusively on public transit and the power of their feet. So that's where I think there's a little bit of overlap, I guess, between the developer potentially being willing to reduce the parking and the city and the planning commission helping that out. And then I hope that this will also be considered when you guys discuss bikes later. My final comment, and it is a sensitive topic, and I am unsure even how to broach it because I don't have all of the information, but I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't bring this up because it is in fact our local law enforcement that brought this to my attention. But there is a potential unintended consequence of bringing, and I use the word that was used earlier, disabled people, disabled individuals all together in one space or in close proximity. And something that I would never have considered on my own if not for our local law enforcement bringing this to my attention. But this is something that, according to them, creates opportunities for people to victimize other people. And so I would just ask that when we look at, this concept that's been introduced of tenant selection, that we work really closely with our nonprofits supporting certain communities and our law enforcement to make sure that that is part of a long-term plan, that we are not creating opportunities for people to be harmed and others to take advantage. and really making sure that we meet our intention of supporting everyone. And then, sorry, then the last thing I would like to say is I do agree with the two commenters before me, that the issue of affordability is important to maintain in the long term, but also address properly upfront. And we talk about, 80% AMI kind of being where everyone's coming in at, 60% being the goal. When you're looking at people paying 30% of their income to rent, it is not possible to ever get ahead unless somebody legitimately changes their employment, which is very hard for people, especially inside of a community like this with limited employment opportunities. So I think that we need to start addressing people who are 20% of AMI, 30% of AMI, and really designing micro communities like this and the evolutions of our community as a whole around those populations, or we are never going to make a difference in terms of keeping our workforce local. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any other hands raised online?
There are. Megan McKenna, you have been promoted.
Thank you for taking my comment. Megan McKenna, Housing Advocate at the Housing Resource Center at Mountain Lands. And I appreciate you taking my comment online. I'm not feeling well, so I'll just, I wasn't anticipating being able to make a comment, but I would like to just address a few of the comments I heard and like to reach out as the housing advocate for Mountain Lands and really for affordable housing in general. And so first, I would like to say I'm really excited about this project and it being 100% affordable. And I have all the confidence in the world that my colleagues will be able to address all of those concerns and questions that were brought up. I would like to encourage residents that we've been reaching out to. We've held a couple different opportunities and engagement opportunities at the apartments starting in the fall. And we reached out to them about tonight as well and welcome people to follow along. And so I would encourage folks that are interested or if they have any questions at all to please reach out, either megan@housinghelp.org or just to stop by Mountain Lands or give us a call. And we will continue to engage the community there because we really do value your input going forward. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, Megan.
Tamala Rice, you have been promoted. Please unmute yourself and give us your comment.
Hi, my name is Tamala Rice. Can you hear me?
Can.
I am a current resident at Holiday Village. Thanks for having this meeting. I have two questions. Will the buildings have elevators?
Yes.
Okay. And then secondly, just to clarify, there will be an 8 to 12 month period where we'll be parking off-site, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I am in the furthest northern building, which means I'm adjacent to the ward parking lot. For us who live in that section of the courtyard currently, that puts our cars about a block away. Do we have any alternative parking options that might be a little bit closer? Maybe the ward parking lot?
I know they had some discussions there, but we have looked at providing some parking within the existing courtyards of the existing project. There are two that come off of Monitor, but we haven't really studied that in depth. That is a possibility if we need to deal with any specific access points.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you so much for your questions and comments.
There are no more hands raised.
Okay, with that, we will close the work session on the redevelopment of Holiday Village. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
5-minute break. Thanks.
Here, do we still have Commissioner Zig and Commissioner Hall?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
So we'll move on to item 7A of the regular agenda, 1875 Homestake AMPD Development Agreement.
All right, great. Thank you, Planning Commission, Planner Spencer Colley. We are joined online by Jason Glidden, the city's affordable housing manager, and we also have Ryan Davis representing J. Fisher Companies in chambers this evening to answer any questions that you have following a short presentation. So the Homestake Affordable Master Plan Development was approved by the Planning Commission on October 25th of last year. This was Park City's first affordable master plan development. Project approval condition of approval 25 requires the applicant to submit a development agreement for ratification by the Planning Commission within 6 months of this approval. The Land Management Code gives the Planning Commission the authority to ratify the development agreement. The development agreement will incorporates the project's conditions of approvals and the existing code requirements, and then the agreement is recorded with Summit County. And that specific language is found in section 15-6.1-5. There are also 12 criteria that are required in the development agreement, and those are on pages 2 through 4 of the staff report, or if you're looking at the full agenda packet, pages 120 through 122. The applicant also included additional there are additional project approval requirements. The applicant also put forth some additional project conditions that went a little above what the Land Management Code requires, but just I wanted to highlight these 4 specifically. Project approval condition of approval 39 requires that the applicant obtain a baseline EMF survey. This was provided to the planning department and the Planning Commission through a survey that was updated on December 13th of last year. That's attached as attachment 1 to Exhibit B. Project approval, condition of approval 22 requires the applicant to install conduit for 20 EV charging stations that will be provided in the underground parking area. The finding of fact 23 states that the applicant worked with the sustainability department regarding net zero development standards, and those strategies are outlined in the final action letter. And then lastly, finding of fact 3 states the applicant proposes 123 units. Of those, 80% are deed restricted, affordable, and 20% are market rate units. So the recommendation before you this evening is review the Homestake Development Agreement, open a public hearing, and consider ratifying the development agreement. Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Ryan Davis with J. Fisher Companies. I don't have much to add other than I want to thank the Planning Commission for the approval in October and the final action letter in December. We've been working closely with staff and want to thank staff for all of their help to get us to this point, and happy to answer any questions.
At this point, go ahead and open it up to any commissioners. Who wants to start?
I'd like to start with a question for Mark, just so we all understand and we're all on the same page with the voting here tonight. So Commissioner Sousa, or Chair Sousa, has recused herself, and we had a final action letter sent or signed by a co-chair, Commissioner Hall. What is the process? What is the process now for our voting? Are we all allowed to vote? Is the temporary chair still allowed to vote?
Yes, Mark Harrington, Senior City Attorney. The Chair Pro Tem continues to have her vote, so you're all eligible to vote. A ratification is, the plain meaning of the word. You're making sure that the development agreement has the terms that are required by both the code and your conditions of approval. It doesn't matter how you voted on the So you're voting anew to sort of like adoption of meeting minutes. You're not revisiting your prior approval. You're just saying the minutes reflect the meeting that occurred. Same with the ratification of a development agreement. You're saying the development agreement meets the terms of your approval in October and the conditions that are specified in the code.
I understand that. So we'll all be voting is what I'm asking. We'll all be voting. Okay.
Spencer, so March 9th, the city council had a meeting on the homestake project. They asked for additional information. Why are we doing this now and not waiting until that discussion is complete?
I will let Mark answer that question, but just that it was a high level update for the city council on March 9th. And it was a work session for them.
Okay. Because their update, do you want to answer?
Like Mark again, I think Spencer answered it. I think it was a work session update. The council obviously had an opportunity to give direction to, either go a different direction or continue the course. And they, I think, I hope you've all had a chance to read that report in the minutes from that meeting. I think it was a very, balanced report. Hopefully it did represent the concerns that the commission asked the staff to forward to the city council, because those terms were reflected in the report. And they continue to move forward with the project and have obviously the business terms to finalize in the lease agreement. But absent that, I don't think there's any substantive new questions that would impact the status of the DA. Obviously, the land use approval is contingent upon the ground lease and vice versa. So the council still retains the ability to move forward with this project or not. It is by no means complete. Those are not done. And I think the private sector partner needed the basis of the development approval in order to finalize their business negotiations with the city on the ground lease. And sometimes those go in opposite order, and sometimes more frequently they go in this order, because until you know what you have, it's hard to define the negotiation. And we ran into the same thing with our nonprofit partners on the art district project. And that's why they similarly wanted on the front end of that first round, before they ran into other issues, the development agreement first.
So I guess my question, so again, we kind of like the final action letter that's attached to the development agreement includes the exhibit with the EMF, which we had adjusted, and the packet actually that was provided to the city council on March 9th was fantastic. It addressed all of my concerns. I'm just wondering why it's not included in the DA itself as an exhibit, as it kind of served its purpose. And so I would think it would go in here, especially after the months and months of work that the applicants had to do to kind of update that. So is it because that was part of the final action?
Well, the March report wasn't part of your record because you didn't have it as part of those public hearings or those decisions. It was a follow-up to the information you requested. But you can, if I don't, subject to I don't know that.
Could we add an exhibit?
Yeah, I don't think there's a problem referencing that report. I just don't know what the legal purpose is in terms of, it's already of record. If you want it, it may be more appropriate to just reference, we can add a reference to that section that has the obligations just in the whereas statements, perhaps, that further EMF material was provided to city council on March 9th, blah, 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 blah. And that might be a good way to just make sure there's a good record of it for that, as you previously stated, so that there's a clear baseline. And if something changes, they know where to find the material. I'm all for that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think that would be beneficial if we could do that. And then so if that's something that we can address, I think that would be helpful for me. I also just out of curiosity, and I'm sure you guys can clarify, but why does this agreement run with the land? I thought there was like an intention of a.
Well, because we want it of notice to subsequent purchasers, and so we record it at the county just like a deed or an easement, because it is a covenant that runs with the land and binds future owners subject to this approval. They can't claim they didn't have notice of the conditions of approval of those sorts of things, and so that's one of the reasons we do that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
So I'd like to jump in. Similar to Commissioner Johnson's concern, when I read the package, it says additional project approval requirements include the following. And in substation, the electrical substation, in the project approval condition of approval 39 requires the applicant to obtain a baseline EMF survey. Commissioner Johnson is indicating that there may be a baseline that was presented to the City Council. But if I continue reading in our exhibit, it says the survey description notes that the survey readings are a snapshot in time and are not predictive of what the readings will be at any point in the future or indicate of what the readings were in the past. So that tells me that we don't have a baseline before us for tonight's meeting. So at best, I would like to see what is being described as a baseline that has not been presented to the Planning Commission, because as we see, it's required. And here we are in our exhibit saying that we don't have it. Clearly says, hey, whatever you've received, don't listen to it. They jump around and do this. So I'm anxious to see what that is. And then it goes on and it says, they make no claims in our exhibit here tonight. They make no claims regarding the health and safety of a survey site based on EMF levels measured. So I'm really troubled on how we have a requirement and then we have something that says it really doesn't matter what you've been presented with. We're not, the health risks and everything else. Go ahead and read what you can read, get the government, city, county, environmental safety, and read what you're going to read. But that's not really important to us here. All right. You make your own decisions. And if you do read these kind of things, there's things all over the board. You can read things that, indicate that there are some substantial health risks. You can read things that there are minor health risks. And then you can read things that say there are absolutely no health risks. But nobody's doing that. And more importantly, to me, we don't have a baseline set according to what's required here tonight for us to ratify this. So I'm going to ask you, Brian, where it says they make no claims regarding the health and safety of a surveyed site based on EMF levels measured. What claims are made? With varied EMF measurements, what claims are being made by these consultants or by the people, the applicant? And the other thing is, what claims are being made when increased voltage happens in the future on this? No claims?
So can I ask a clarifying question first? Did the Planning Commission not receive the December 13th EMF survey? When you said earlier that you did not receive a baseline report, did you not receive the December 13th EMF survey that was a point in time reading of the EMF per the request?
I did receive.
Okay.
I believe I received the December 13th.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that's not a baseline.
Okay, Mark Harrington, Senior City Attorney again. So I think we're getting in a little bit of a discussion over whether it met your definition of what a baseline would be. Unfortunately, the commission agreed to designate Commissioner Johnson as sort of the go-between to determine whether that was going to be acceptable or not. And they went through several iterations because he was very diligent and made sure that they at least did a snapshot as he had communicated. And we had a couple miscommunications in terms of the points and where they were. And we made, much to the developers' disappointment at one level, or at least frustration, we made them redo it several times because we respected Commissioner Johnson's expertise in this. Everyone from Commissioner Johnson to the experts all acknowledge the problems with a baseline science on this that any person can point to and say yay or nay. That's why we continued to press, again, our private sector partner to even do more, even though Commissioner Johnson's survey, for better or for worse, was accepted and then signed by the chair. So to us, that survey was accepted. And doesn't mean you can't still recommend the council do more and get other things. But for purposes of the action letter,
I want to correct you.
well, let me finish first.
You misspoke.
Well, you can correct me when I'm done then, please.
Okay.
So point 2 though is that wasn't enough. We still directed the team to produce more, and because you had asked for additional information beyond that, and so as a commission, and so that's why they went and got a third consultant to do the March report, which was another peer review of that information, and it did point out things that explained why those qualifications were in there, such as some of the readings picked up other sources of the measurements, not just the substation and those sorts of things. And the report speaks for itself. And I'm not going to get into the pros or cons of that, but that's where the council left off in terms of looking at that additional report. Now, happy to hear your correction of something I've missed.
Number one, I just want to make a point that when I received the second report, I believe it was, I was terribly disappointed that it happened after our vote. And I made a letter very clear, and I've seen that letter disappear from some of the things that have been presented. And I've had to go chase it down and then resend it to city council and the mayor and other people. So I want my disappointment in how this process went, how the EMF was an overhang after our approval, and then how my letter just kind of floated out there and never really got into packages that I felt it should have been. And the immediate response that I had to that first survey, at least the first one after the vote was taking place. So I want that on the record. And secondly, where you misspoke is you said the chair signed the final thing. The chair did not. The co-chair signed it after the chair would not sign it. So let's be specific, Mark. And when you say that the chair signed it, the chair did not sign the final action letter. Thank you.
Acting chair.
Thank you. After the chair refused to sign it.
I'll be happy to discuss that with you further, but you're actually mistaken on that point. So we will.
She didn't sign it.
We can talk about that more.
You said the chair signed it. Okay, you corrected yourself. Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm back to the applicant. What claims are being made with the varied measurements and the increased voltage in the future? What claims are being made?
Are we opening this now to debating the science of EMFs?
Specific question of what claims are being made with these issues.
I think if you refer to the March 9th report that was provided, you'll see that the claims being made by subject matter experts is there's no correlation to adverse health outcomes based off of the frequency of the EMFs and the readings that have been taken.
And in our development agreement, it says they make no claims regarding the health and safety of a surveyed site based on EMF levels measured.
I think we're conflating two different reports. I'm referring to the March 9th report, not the December 13th. I think it's fair that most consultants put disclaimers professionally in a lot of reports. So I would love to discuss the March 9th report. But my perspective is that the EMF request from Planning Commission on the 26th of October was satisfied in advance of the final action letter. So I'm not entirely sure what we're debating.
The fact that in the development agreement, it states they make no claims regarding the health and safety of the surveys documentation provided.
In the development agreement or an exhibit to the development agreement, a third-party report to the development agreement?
In the exhibit here before us, it's a part of the development agreement.
And that was the baseline reading, correct? Okay.
If you want to call it a baseline reading, has he had
A point in time reading that represents the baseline read at that time, correct? I agree with you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving along. Can I jump back in? We did not get a copy of the March 9th one. I just listened to the meeting and read the packet, just to be clear. So maybe that's why there's a little bit of a disconnect there. I have a question for, is Mr. Glidden on?
I'm here.
Hi, Jason.
Hi there.
I'm not sure if you listened to the previous discussion, and I'm not sure if this is necessary for this particular item as far as the development agreement, but as far as the hardships of some private, how do I want to say this, affordable housing developments and holding the, I'm looking towards the Prospector development where it's a private developer and they're having issues with their building, and you kind of, the housing department kind of has their hands tied there and helping them. Have you guys thought about that, and how do we hold the developer accountable for maintaining that structure for the longevity of its life, right? And holding them accountable from a city standpoint. I know you've thought about it, may pertain to the lease agreement, but I just wanted to clarify with you.
Yeah, absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. It's something that we've been negotiating through the lease agreement. There is incentive on the private developer side as well. These are a little bit different. This is a rental project. The burden, as you were stating earlier in the earlier discussion, does not go on necessarily the owner, the individual owners, as you brought up these other examples. So it's more onto the developer owner of the building to maintain it. But we've also included those standards, or we're discussing those standards in the lease agreement itself. I hope that answered your question.
I think it does. Yeah, thank you. And good luck tomorrow. I didn't get to make that trip, so have fun up there.
Sorry.
Commissioner Johnson, if I can add, we will have a mandated reserve for capital improvements as well from our lender. So we will be setting aside money on an ongoing basis for future capital needs to reinvest into the asset.
And have you been working with the housing department on making sure that we have that reserve is significantly filled? I think they've.
Yeah, it'll be mandated both from the lender and from the HUD standpoint as well. So, and UHC is involved. So it's something that we do. Every project that takes LIHTC does.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Commissioners, any other concerns right now? We'll go ahead and open up public hearing for 1875 Homestake Road. Anyone in chambers or online wishing to speak, please step up or raise your hand online.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Great. And we have no one in chambers, so I'll go ahead and close public comment. Commissioners, any further comments, questions, or a motion?
So, Bill, you've never seen this report except for something that you saw at a city council meeting?
Well, I read the packet and then I listened to the meeting, and unfortunately, again, I think that the developer did the best they could. They did a good due diligence on it, and they've backed up the information just like I asked. It's an uncertainty that I wish we could say that we knew for sure that, that it was unsafe or safe, right? But I think that the report that they prepared for the March 9th, 2023 City Council meeting was in depth enough to the best of their ability. I thought that one of the city council members did ask for, that amperage is boosting up by 3 times. So that will increase it. But essentially what their report said is that, up to 5,000 volts per meter is safe. And even at the highest level, unfortunately, at that baseline that they had provided, they're still going to be within the milligauss and volts per meter safety zone that they could provide. So while I don't love it, they did a great job and in putting together a backup documentation that covers us somewhat. I don't like it. I don't think it's safe, but
So does anyone on the commission remember that being presented to us, that it was going to triple or it was going to increase?
Well, we didn't have that information at our meeting, but at the same time, I agree with Commissioner Johnson. I think if anything, most of these studies establish that this isn't an exact science and that there isn't a good way to get a baseline because anything is a snapshot in time somewhat. So I agree with Commissioner Johnson that they have done their due diligence. I can't say that it's perfect either.
Have you seen the
But-
report?
I was able to look through it quickly. I wasn't able to read the whole thing. I looked over it and I noticed the increases. But again, I don't know what more information that they're going to give us that's going to change it. Because I think if you look at most of the studies that you see, they have those disclosures on them, like that you read, because nobody can still state whether it's how harmful they are or not. Am I right, Bill? Like a lot of those studies do include those, or I might.
I mean, I think that they did a good job. They found one particular expert that was able to clarify like 5,000 is the max safety zone. So I think there's only so much that they can do. I mean, the one truth that we do have that's been consistent from every study we've had in front of us is that every 10 feet that setback increases, it reduces it by 60 to 70%. So all I would say is as far as this, I think I look to city council to really look at that and say, hey, I mean, why are we slamming it as close as possible when you can mitigate it somewhat? But again, you can argue and I do think that the city council packet covers us to the best of our ability.
Well, I'd like to see that report and I'd like to continue this item until I do get a chance to look at it and everybody has a chance to understand it. And obviously it's now a time and a place and it's not a baseline. In my interpretation, I don't know how you interpret this, but a baseline is something completely different.
Yeah.
And that's what I was expecting and looking forward to. So I would like to see that report before we come and ratify this agreement here tonight. I don't think it's fair for us to go forward without seeing that report. And especially since Commissioner Johnson feels good about it, I would like to see it.
So do we have any other input on whether people are comfortable either moving forward or continuing this?
Can I just ask a quick clarifying question? On page 2 of the staff report, there is linked the city council packet with all the exhibits. Do you want more than that, or is that information what you need?
Well, I haven't seen that link, and that's what I was asking the other commissioners if they had seen it.
Yeah, it's
Doesn't
on
sound like they've seen it.
page 2.
Page 2 of the staff report.
Yep.
I personally, if it's okay, I mean, I think we might as well continue it. Especially if the city council asks for a little additional information, there's no need to. We can err on the side of precaution, but that's my opinion.
What did they ask for specifically?
I mean, I know that one asked for a little additional information on the upridge of amperage on the transmission lines. And then I think, I mean, JK, come on. I don't, Mark, do you remember? I think there were a few other comments in there, I think.
No, I'll let Jason address his next steps in terms of responding to the council work session if he wants to. And then I just remind the commission in terms of, and I think you need to decide the relevance of what you're asking for as it relates to the criteria by which you're making your decision, not just personal preference. The shift of the burden, if you have expert testimony saying one thing is safe, it's not good enough to say you don't believe it's safe. You have to have contrary information to say it's not safe. So want to be clear in terms of whether you're focusing on the sufficiency of the attachment of the exhibits by your original approval That's sort of what I'm hearing, but
You're not hearing all of it. This report states that we need a baseline. We now know that we're not going to get a baseline. We're going to get a time and place. All right. So the applicant to obtain a baseline EMF survey, we're all agreeing that there is no baseline. Because
I don't think we're all agreeing with that statement.
Okay.
Commissioner.
What do you state?
We're stating that a baseline is a time and place reading, and that we've provided what was asked from the commission, and that was satisfactorily reviewed and approved in advance of the final action letter.
Well, that's true, but then we received additional information from Rocky Mountain Power stating that they're going to potentially increase the voltage by 3 times.
Understood, but the baseline is today's reading, correct? Right? There's no predictive methodology, to anticipate. We can't future read, right? So the baseline, I think, has been satisfied. I understand your point, though, Commissioner.
Yeah. So that's, the approval was prior to that information. When that information was made known to me, I had some concerns. So I was asking about the mitigation options, right? So let's say 3 years from now, Rocky Mountain Power increases it again, right? So we have to, I think we should be prepared for that now that we know that that's a possibility, because it just happened once. So Commissioner Johnson, distance is a mitigating factor, right?
I mean,
I'll agree.
I think I think you guys all should look at the March 9th report and just get your thoughts on it. It sounds like, I don't want to be like up here,
okay.
I mean,
okay. Well,
I think
distance is a mitigating
factor. If you haven't
factor.
looked at it, let's all look at it so that you guys understand. I read it thoroughly and then I listened to the council meeting. I think you guys should do the same just so that you're well informed on it. I'm not going to stand on a ledge and say to me, it's acceptable to kind of what Mark said, right? Like it's acceptable to
meet the criteria of the development agreement.
Well, no, if we add in what we proposed to add in, then it would serve its purpose. But yeah, I mean, I think you guys should definitely look at what they put together, and it helps really paint a picture of what we're looking at and what the developers done. They put a lot of work into it, so it's definitely worth looking at.
This is Commissioner Sig, and I appreciate the work that's gone in. And, I'd be curious to know that we keep talking about date and time of this real time analysis. I'd kind of like to know chronologically when that was in a calendar time frame. And the other part of this, let's assume, that they do increase the capacity at the plant, this and that. How does this tie to the indemnity that the city or the owner will give to the tenant? What does the lease say about this? What does the lease say about if there's uncertainty on the part of this board? What does it say about a potential tenancy and a lessee who is willing to accept risk? Have we even seen the document that would lease the units closest to the power station? Those kinds of things might weigh in more heavily than actually trying to, hone in what the baseline data is, because, everybody's doing their best to get to that point. I am a little distraught that this, again, is something that we've seen after the fact. It's not inconsistent with some of my views on how we're approving this. And I'm for the workforce housing project. I think it's a great location for it, all of that. Lastly, we heard a lot of promises and maybe at the development agreement, it's a little late, but, we've heard a lot of promises about Homestake Road and how that'll be mitigated and how this impacts that. And I just would love to see some sort of obligation there, when we talk about the trucks passing, things like that, and a commitment that way as part of this development might go a long way to satisfying the feelings of the homestake people, and how you gentrify the streetscape there, and how, you know, all the cars have to be parked there, all those factors. I would like to see that more inclusive, as well as, like I said, what the indemnity is to someone who might be leasing if there's uncertainty on our part in forwarding this as a positive recommendation. Because I think it's a great project. I think you just need to deal with your exposure on it, and you know, make it look the best you can. That's what we're all are here to do.
So this is, just to note, this is our ratification process, correct? This doesn't go back to the council.
Correct.
Yeah, so I think too, we need to focus on the fact that we can't go back to rehash what we want in this project. We already voted on it. So now we're really looking at just the development agreement, and that we're satisfying the conditions that are outlined in it, just as a outline to everybody. So I think either deciding whether we want to continue this and have a little bit more time to look at the study that is provided. It's in the exhibits attached to our staff report today. Or if there's a motion to approve the development agreement or such, if anyone wants to.
But Chair, let's go back to what Commissioner Sig just said in regards to the timing. So we had this study that was going to come in after the vote.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing
Right?
on the timing.
But I just want you to know that in my letter, I addressed exactly what Commissioner Sig said. So when I got the report and I said, okay, who's going to do the indemnification? I specifically call out legal. Are they going to provide? If you read my letter, I've sent it to you a few times.
I've read it.
So you see that these issues were called out immediately when we saw this, and we understood, or as I understood it, the safest thing to do was to move the building back. I think all the scientists agree with that. Now, that obviously would be a disaster for the applicant, but that's a safe move to make that we could all agree is a safe move. I don't know these other moves are safe. So then it comes to, you know, indemnification, right?
So I guess
nobody wants to see their kids sick in this place.
I agree 100%. I'm just saying for the sake of the meeting right now, we have to decide if we want more information or to discuss it more now, or to have staff come back or discuss it somehow.
But I want
and
you to know
continue
that
it.
those issues were brought up when the report came in,
Yeah.
even though it was after the vote. So you can say, hey, we can't deal with those issues.
Yeah.
When we saw the report that was part of our approval, it didn't satisfy some of us.
I agree. And I'm not arguing with you, JK. I'm just saying that information is available to us now. So we can decide, we just have to decide which we want to do. Do we want to continue and review it more, or someone can make a motion?
Hi, this is Commissioner Hall. Sorry, I've been quiet as I normally am when I'm on Zoom, but I have had the opportunity to review it and listen to the council meeting, and I am sorry, I would make a motion to ratify the development agreement. I feel I understand the concerns of some of the commissioners, and I think that we can always relitigate or rehash so many aspects of prior applications. How can we make this a little bit better? But if we're just sticking to the agenda item and what we asked for, we have that, in my opinion. And I don't think it's fair to go off topic on the agenda item and reinvestigate part of this application that is not currently on the agenda.
You don't find any issue with the fact that we weren't presented the increase in the voltage?
Correct.
Okay.
I also have now had like a crazy crash course in the EMFs, and I mean, we have been presented with a ton of information, and I am comfortable with this. So
I, for one, would like a little more time to review the updated.
Well, so we have.
So I'd like to make a continuation.
Okay, well, Commissioner Hall just moved to approve it, so we have to make that vote.
Got it. Okay.
Correct, Mark?
Correct. You have the discretion to allow further discussion either before or after the second. Usually it's after if you get one.
Okay, so if we have a second for that motion.
Would it be as amended?
As amended, yes. So if we don't have a second, then another motion or continued discussion.
So I move that we continue 1875 Homestake Road, the development agreement ratification to the next date possible.
Sorry, Chair, you just have to either declare the first motion dead for lack of a second, and then.
Sorry, that's new to us.
No, or.
Because I'm not allowed, well, am I allowed to second since I'm pro tem and I'm allowed to vote?
Yes.
Because then I would second Commissioner Hall's motion then. So then we can vote all in favor of ratifying the development agreement for 1875 Homestake Road.
Aye.
Aye.
You guys need more time.
No.
I'll vote nay.
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 Okay, so motion does not pass. So then can we do a second? So a second motion.
I move to continue a home stake development agreement, ratifying the development agreement to a date to, let me try that again. Do we have?
Sorry, when we're asking for continuing, are we also asking for what specific? I feel like we should ask for Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
That's all right. We're good.
Is there next meeting? Can we squeeze it in?
You're fine.
I'm going to look to Planning Director Milliken.
I guess while they're looking at that, like I would just be curious. Obviously, I'm not in the room. It's harder to read the room, but like, what are people looking to get from having the packet with them for a longer period of time? Or are we actually seeking different information? Or are we going to have the same packet presented to us?
Hi, Sarah, Commissioner Hall, this is Commissioner Johnson. I think what's happened is, so the updated EMF documentation is actually a link in our packet that was presented to City Council. It's actually not an exhibit in our packet. And so I think what the other three of the other commissioners have not had a chance to review that. And so we just want to give them an additional time to review that in the City Council meeting on that conversation. And I think that's what I got out of it.
I would like to
just so they're more informed on the discussion and feel more comfortable moving forward with this development agreement.
And I'd very much like to have discussions on indemnification, how the applicant is going to, address that. I don't think we're in a situation of equity at all for a community that has the most underserved people being lured to live in a place where there is unknown health risk. So I'd like to see the indemnification portion of it, just as I stated in the letter as soon as this thing came out. I'd like to see that addressed, whether it's City Hall, City Legal, as I suggested, or the applicant. Both applicants figure out how they're going to do that. I think Commissioner Sig hit on what I was trying to get. Are you going to have a lease indemnification for people to sign when they move in? And what portion of the building are you going to require that for versus the others?
And that's where I feel like I asked for that too when we were processing the application a long time ago. And the answer that was given to me was that's not really our jurisdiction because that's not part of the application. It's not part of Planning Commission's purview.
Yeah,
Correct. And so Mark Harrington again, but those concerns were forwarded to the City Council as we promised, and along with the request for additional disclosures and things in that report. And I just want to be clear that the staff report with the exhibits is on page 2 of your staff report and that link. So I know it may not be if you want something additional or you have trouble accessing that, please let Spencer know and we'll present you with hard copies and that can be made available to you.
All right, I'm going to make a motion. I move to continue 1875 Homestake Road development agreement ratification to April 26, 2023.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. A motion by Commissioner Johnson, a second by Commissioner Kenworthy. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Okay.
Nay.
Nays by Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Van Dyne. Motion passes. And we can invite Commissioner Souser back in, or Chair Souser back in.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your time and input.
Mark, what happens if we would have died? Oh, really?
I don't know. Thanks for humoring me, JK. I appreciate it. What? That's why I didn't want to be over there. I knew it was going to come. I wanted to be nowhere near you. Right. I was like, I'm very happy in my little corner. I'm just going to stay over here, mind my business.
Okay, this is Chair Souser back in the chair's seat for the next item on our agenda tonight, which is 2460 Iron Mountain Drive Plat Amendment.
Thank you. This is Planner Lillian Zollinger. Hopefully we'll go through this pretty quick for y'all. Once again, 2460 Iron Mountain Drive Plat Amendment. This site is part of the Iron Canyon subdivision, which was recorded in 1989, wherein on that subdivision, all of the lots have a 4,000 square foot building pad recorded. For this site, 2460 Iron Mountain, the existing single family dwelling was constructed in 1989 without consultation of the building pad location, which is shown as an exhibit in your staff report. The location where the house was built just did not acknowledge that that building pad was on the subdivision. The applicant is therefore proposing to amend the building pad to encompass the existing single-family dwelling. And additionally, several lots have proposed similar amendments. Once again, there's a current single-family dwelling, and the proposed building pad are both compliant with the single-family zone setbacks, as well as the sensitive land overlay, and additional information is provided in the report. This was the proposed building pad change was reviewed by our development review committee and requires one condition of approval that I will review. There is good cause for this plat amendment as it is resolving an existing issue and nonconformity. It is consistent with the pattern of development in the neighborhood. The building pad is not increasing in its area. It will not disturb more area than previously allowed. And the change is consistent with the Iron Canyon subdivision, as well as the proposal has been approved by Planning Commission and City Council 7 other times to date. There are 4 conditions of approval I would like to highlight. Any new construction shall comply with the land management code regarding setbacks, building height, building envelope, building pad, etc. Other conditions of approval and platted requirements for the Iron Canyon subdivision continue to apply and shall be noted on the plat. Condition of approval number 5 comes from the county recorder's office, wherein the applicant shall show the bearings and distances of the final proposed building pad on the recorded plat. And any expansion of the building footprint shall be fully encompassed within the amended building pad and require review by the planning department of significant vegetation impacted. So based on these, the planning staff is recommending that the Planning Commission review this proposal, open a public hearing, and provide a positive recommendation towards City Council on April 27th. Thank you.
Great, thanks for the presentation. Does the applicant have anything to present?
I don't.
Okay, that's fine. Just giving you the opportunity. Hey, commissioners. Questions, comments? Commissioner Frontero, why don't you lead us off here?
Sure. Thank you. So the current house sits on the current plat, but not correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And so this new plat that's being drawn up and presented in this application the home will be fully captured on this new plat, right?
Yes.
And it's not rectangular, obviously, I can see that. Is that because we're trying to accommodate decks?
So it's mostly encompassing the house. As you can see on this picture on the left, it does include some of those decks. They have that 4,000 square foot building pad. So that includes more than the area of the house. But mostly the shape of the house is followed.
Thank you. And is there any addition being contemplated because of this plat amendment?
Not at this time, no.
So the purpose of this plat amendment is not for an addition, increased square footage or anything. It's simply to place the home correctly on a pad. Without increasing the pad, it's going to remain 4,000. Okay, I think I got it. Thanks.
There is the new deck extension.
So there is a deck extension being contemplated.
Right at the base of the deck, right at the edge here, where the hot tub is right there.
And the deck does not go against the square footage of the home, is that also right? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Johnson, any questions or comments for staff or the applicant?
No, I think this is a great application. I appreciate them going through the SLO process and yeah, I think we can move forward on it. I had one suggestion on CO, the condition of approval 6. Since we have our forestry board, do we want to put and require a review by the planning department and forestry board of significant vegetation impacted? Something perhaps that's minor, but that would be my only suggestion.
If any review of significant vegetation, we will bring in front of the forestry board.
So it's redundant.
Yeah.
Okay, then never mind. We're good. Thank you.
Commissioner Van Dyne, any questions or comments on this application? Nope. Commissioner Zig, any questions or comments on 2460?
I'm happy as it's presented.
Okay. Commissioner Hall?
I have nothing.
Commissioner Kenworthy?
Good.
Okay. With that, I will open up a public hearing on 2460 Iron Mountain Drive. Anyone online or in chambers wishing to comment, please raise your hand or step forward.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
And there's no one here in chambers, so I'll close the public hearing. Commissioners, may I have a motion?
Chair Soucer, I move to forward a positive recommendation for City Council's consideration for 2460 Iron Mountain Drive plat amendment on April 27th, 2023.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Johnson and a second by Commissioner Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Next item on our agenda is 1061 Lowell Avenue conditional use permit. And I believe you'll be presenting this one in combination with the next item on our agenda, which is 1063 Lowell Avenue conditional use permit, as they are related items.
That is correct.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Planner Caitlin Tubbs. I am presenting the conditional use permit requests for 1061 and 1063 Lowell Avenue this evening. Now, I do need to stress that these are two separate conditional use permits on two separate properties. Therefore, when it does come to the time for the Commission to make a motion, we will need two separate motions and two separate votes.
Understood. Thanks.
Thank you. In general, this is a grouping of two properties that are located within the historic residential HR1 district. There is an existing duplex on the property which was built in 1983 with an approved building permit issued by the city. The homeowners are intending to demolish this duplex and replace it with two new duplexes, one on each lot. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you'll see the existing site plan with the footprint of the existing dwelling. And then on the right-hand side, highlighted in red, you'll see the subject proposed duplex on 1061 Lowell Avenue.
So 4 units where there are 2 currently?
4 units where there are 2 currently, that's correct. So a little bit of background for this property. Like I said earlier, it was built in 1983 with an approved building permit as 2-family dwellings were a permitted use in the HR1 zone in the 1980s. That has since changed, so the existing structure is legal non-conforming currently. It was part of the North Star subdivision, and up until January of 2010, it was governed under the protective covenants of that homeowners association, which did prohibit subdivisions. However, it has since been removed, so that standard does not apply any longer. On September 22nd, 2021, the Planning Commission reviewed the plat amendment request to create 2 new lots where the party wall is between the existing units, and forwarded a positive recommendation to the City Council, who unanimously approved the request on October 28th, 2021. More recently, on December 6, 2022, this was reviewed by the Development Review Committee consisting of engineering, streets, public works, utilities, Park City Fire District, all of those lovely people that you met in November when we had the special work session. And there were no requests for conditions of approval. There were no outstanding concerns from the DRC for this request. I've outlined it a little bit more in depth in your staff report. However, I included this table to highlight how the proposed duplex does comply with the existing HR1 zoning standards. And I did want to touch on one of the conditions of approval. So condition of approval number 9 currently reads in your packet as nightly rental of the duplex and creation of a lockout unit is prohibited. Upon speaking further with the applicant, the homeowner is interested in potentially revisiting that in the future and obtaining those uses. So we have requested that the Planning Commission amends that condition of approval to the owner shall demonstrate compliance with the applicable standards prior to establishing a lockout unit or nightly rental use. So this would just require the homeowner to go through all of the adopted requirements in the land management code, such as the provision of adequate parking before those uses could be established. We are lucky to have the applicants here this evening, so if you have any questions for staff, I'd be happy to take those. Or if you have any questions for the applicants, I'm happy to turn the time over.
I have a question because duplexes has always confused me in town. So in 83, duplexes were permitted in HR1.
Correct. 2-family dwellings was what it was classified as in the 1980s LMC.
And currently, however, that zoning designation has that's changed in HR1, and duplexes are no longer permitted in HR1.
Correct. They are not currently permitted outright, but they are permitted as a conditional use.
It's a conditional use. Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Sig, are these to be platted as condominiums, or what does this mean, 2-family dwelling on one lot? So I'm curious to know how the plat works. Is there common area involved in this? Is there a lot line a common wall? Is it a PUD to the drip line? What is the recording mechanism for this potential duplex?
So I'll defer future plans to our applicants. Currently, the land management code for HR1, the HR1 district, does require a certain lot size for duplexes, and these proposals do meet that required lot size. So at this point, a subdivision is not required. However, I defer to the applicant for any future plans on that.
This is Jim Sonway Booth. Wow, there is no, it's not planned to be condominiumized at this point, but I'm not sure what the actual owner will in the future look to do.
So how is the ownership demised?
They will be, I think at the technical, it's a townhome ownership structure.
A townhome ownership structure.
Yeah, well, this is Mark Harrington, Senior City Attorney. The lot, both units are owned by the lot owner. And so.
Okay, so it's like one house, but it has the ability to be owned by two people.
No, it can't be owned by two people unless it goes through a condominium or a future subdivision.
Okay, that's where I was.
They can rent out one side to the other and occupy or rent both sides.
Okay. So the same owner will own the entire structure.
Correct.
Okay, that's where I was going with that.
No, that was a helpful clarification. Thanks, Henry.
I can go. The existing, so the existing retaining wall is staying in place. Yes. How is that in compliance too? How tall is that existing retaining wall? Do you know? I didn't see anything on the plan.
It doesn't extend into the setbacks except at the very edges. So at the very edges, it's pretty close to compliance, but probably not. I mean, my guess is it's a little out of compliance because I mean, I'm not sure if you've looked at it. It's just a masonry tiered, ugly wall. So we'll probably cover it with something, but the actual wall itself will stay.
Okay.
I was curious as to condition of approval number 22, that they'll require a steep slope conditional use permit. So you're going deeper into the lot than the current units, the placement of the current units?
So under consideration this evening for the conditional use permit, there are only 9 recommended conditions of approval. I believe the listing of the 22 conditions of approval were from a prior application. However, since they are not delving further into the hillsides and the topography is already set on the site, staff determines that a steep slope conditional use permit would not be required at this time.
So the plans that staff has reviewed confirm that the demolition and construction, the demolition of the existing units and the construction of the new units will not go deeper into the hillside?
Correct. They will not extend past that retaining wall. That retaining wall will remain in place.
And I was reading from findings of fact number 22 in the proposed ordinance.
This is Commissioner Sig again. As I look at the plans, it looks like one side is different than the other side. So I just want to be clear that the ownership, how does the ownership, let's say, live in 25% of these 4 units on 2 lots? Does that mean that, I guess, the second lot is completely nightly rentals? Is that correct?
Well, the second lot could be, I mean, you could sell the second lot independent of the first lot. They're two legally separated lots. So
to one owner.
Well, one owner currently owns both lots, but
Yes.
you could sell one of them off because it's its own lot.
Yes. And that new owner would own both units on that one lot. Yeah. But Henry, you had a question about the different configuration of the
I'm just seeing
rear?
them a little different. And I'm just wondering, you know, a little bit what's differentiating observers right to observers left, where you see back decks with hot tubs and maybe a little more intricate layout. One has a more open layout. It's more a curiosity thing. If one is intentionally being built for spec.
They basically were designed. There's to essentially there's a 2,500-ish square foot one, a couple 3,000 square foot ones, and a 3,500 square foot one, plus or minus, basically to create variety in the 4 different units. So they weren't 4 of the exact same floor plans and articulation of the building to create a little bit more, so they look better.
When I looked at the plans, I couldn't tell if the new construction was going to be taller than the existing structure.
They're similar, and the top height is similar. They're obviously masked differently, but the existing height gets pretty close to the 27. I think it's about 24, 25 feet, and we're about anywhere between about 25, 26 at the highest points.
Is a double wide garage permitted in the HR1 district?
Yes.
Okay.
But these units, I believe they're the 4 units that are being proposed across the 2 lots, each have a single car garage.
One of the 4 the largest unit has a double wide car garage.
Okay, I didn't see
so we
that.
proposed to basically have the garage fenestrate or the articulation of the garage match the siding. So, I mean, realistically, you probably won't see, compared to the garage doors you see around town, these will disappear.
So 3 singles and 1 double. One side each one has a single and the other side has a single and a double.
Correct. And we've gone through the pre-HDDR process, and both these designs were in for a full HDDR approval right now. So.
Can I just understand the current structure is these 2 units that exist are connected, and there are 2 units across the 2 lots.
Correct.
And that's considered a duplex.
Correct.
It's not, currently there aren't 4 units, meaning a unit with a duplex. Currently there's just 2 single family or two units.
Yes, correct.
That are connected, and that's why it's a duplex.
That's
so
correct.
We're going from 2 to 4.
Correct.
Yes.
Yep. Yes. So when the home was originally built in 1983, it was built on lot 1, where if you look at the image on the left, that would just be one solid lot without the dividing line in between the 2. However, at some point, the prior owner decided to record a document with Summit County, bifurcating that property along the shared party wall. And they came to the city in 2001 with a plat amendment to rectify that.
So when we say it's a legal non-conforming use, we're talking about the duplex made up of these 2 large units. And now we're contemplating giving a CUP for duplexes on each lot.
It is also non-conforming currently because it is built over a property line. So it is non-setback compliant in those side setback lines.
Okay. And will the new structure meet the setbacks?
Yes, it will. It will meet the side setbacks, and it will surpass the front and rear setbacks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there any proposal with regard? I know there's a shared driveway. Is there any new access point to these units being contemplated?
So currently these units are accessed off of North Star Road, which is a private right of way. There is a shared access agreement.
They're not accessed. No, they're accessed off of Lowell.
No, they're not. They're accessed off North Star. You can't get to them from Lowell. I mean, the North Star Road comes off Lowell, but these units are just accessed off that private road. They sit.
How many units are on that road?
In the air.
You don't get there from North Star, though. You get there from Lowell.
So the private paved driveway that's shown on the survey here is North Star Road.
How many units does that service?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can do a quick guesstimate.
Are there recorded CC&Rs and HOA documents for the homes along North Star Road?
There are on a few, however, there have been several lots that have since been removed from those protective covenants since the North Star subdivision was originally created.
And is North Star Road a dedicated city street?
No, it is a private access.
How wide is it?
Let me see.
And North Star Road is private and it's access from Lowell Avenue, not North Star Drive. Yeah. You can't get there from North Star.
All right, by my count, there are approximately 8 units that are served by that section of North Star Road.
Which is how wide and how long?
10.
Feet wide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 15 to 16 feet wide, and the 16 feet wide and approximately 380 feet in between access points on Lowell Avenue.
To the end of the dead end or cul-de-sac or whatever's there.
Correct.
Is it a cul-de-sac or a dead end road?
It connects to Lowell Avenue at 2 points.
Actually, only one,
2 points.
not 2 points. It doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
It's gated off. I mean, if it's always looked like a private driveway up there, it's gated across. And there's no, that unless that is considered part of North Star Road, that's gated and then goes past the house that's being under new construction. You know,
I believe it might. I know that fire's got access through that space. I think that's a private gate that's been put up by the house that's under construction, but it does connect all the way through.
Yeah, you
Has
guys
the fire marshal approved this plan? And did you have a service letter from him?
So the fire marshal did review this plan at the December 6th, 2022 DRC meeting, and he indicated that there is a hydrant about midway up North Star Road, and that the city does have a satisfactory access easement recorded.
And we've had preliminary conversations with Mike Owens as well on this for this project with the owner before we started working on it.
the owner to the south.
Sorry, the owner of this project before we actually went through the plat amendment and all that. So that was part of the discussions was with the fire chief to discuss all the access and everything to the site.
I might jump in. Can you, is
Please.
that all right?
Yes, please, Commissioner Johnson, please give us your comments.
I think the condition of approval number 9, let's dig into that a little bit and because I was comfortable with how it was written until the meeting tonight. So because essentially they won't be able to come into compliance. The way I read your wonderful staff report, by the way, was that they won't be able to park it for a nightly rental or a lockout. So we were just going to prohibit it. So
the way the site's laid out now, it's not shown for that, but they didn't want that requirement to be basically put into the conditions in case the site design changed or there was a desire to do that. I mean, we can adjust the design on the site potentially to accommodate that. So if we can't, then that condition holds. But if there is, if they want to look at that and actually relook at the layout of the parking, then my client, if they wanted to actually look at that and use that have that potential, we could relook at the site because it works on the 1063. We have enough access there the way we laid out that lot. So if you notice, there's not a condition on 1063 for prohibiting nightly rentals.
Okay.
So we just felt if we could meet the requirements, right? Then there's no need to have that as a condition. Because there's safeguards in the code anyway to make sure that if that was if that was desired, that we meet, all the criteria.
This is the new one?
This was the one that was originally included in your draft final action letter. So this is the proposed new condition, which reads, the owner shall demonstrate compliance with applicable standards prior to establishing a lockout unit or nightly rental use.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Who would they demonstrate compliance with applicable standards to?
So they would have to demonstrate compliance with the land management code to the planning department. Additionally, I don't know if this would fall in the realms of the owner's future plans, but for example, in the HR1 zoning district, a nightly rental of a lockout unit also requires a conditional use permit. So for example, if that were the route they chose to go down, then this would again have to return to the planning commission for that separate conditional use.
And once again, this commissioner said the DRC has signed off on that, or they are reviewing this? And the fire marshal has signed off?
Yes.
Or is reviewing this?
So the DRC, including the fire marshal, streets, utilities, all the lovely people that you all met at the work session in November, they reviewed this in December of last year and raised no concerns.
That's condition of approval number 9. My draft ordinance for this, I'm looking at 10, only has 6 conditions of approval.
Let's see. I printed out a copy. Let me go grab it real quick.
I'm not looking at it online. I'm looking at on a hard copy that I printed out yesterday, but maybe once it was added. What was 7? Oh, 7, 8. No. I'm looking at the ordinance. Okay. The ordinance only has 6, so maybe that wasn't conformed. The ordinance wasn't conformed to the final action letter, perhaps.
So the ordinance was addressed in the final action letter during the plat amendment. So this is a separate final action letter for the conditional use permits.
Oh, okay. Commissioners, further questions or comments about this application? Or 1063 Lowell? With that, I'm going to open up a public hearing on the conditional use permit for 1061 and 1063 Lowell Avenue. Anyone in chambers or online wishing to comment, please raise your hand or step forward.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
And there's no one in chambers, so with that, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, further discussion, questions, or a motion?
Chair Souter, I move that we approve the conditional use permit for 1061 Lowell Avenue based on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval. Does that have to be as amended, or was that
as amended,
as
please?
amended in the action letter?
So you're okay with them potentially using these units for nightly rentals?
Yes, if they have to come back with the CUP to us and meet all the criteria that they normally do, I'm okay with that.
I'd like the condition of approval amended to state that they would have to come back, that that conditional approval restate what is required, that they would have to come back to us for a CUP for a nightly rental in those units.
Okay, so with the additional CUP, that would be a nightly rental of a lockout unit as required by the land management code.
Mhm.
So if they meet those standards, they can have a lockout unit separately, or they can do nightly rental separately. But if they want to do nightly rental of a lockout unit, then that requires a conditional use permit.
So they
Everybody?
wouldn't necessarily need to come back for a CUP.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that clear, Krishna? Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Van Dyne, a second by Commissioner Frontero. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you. Thanks for the report.
Thank you, commissioners. And if we could have just the other motion and the vote for 1063 as well, please.
Moving on to the second item, 1063 Lowell Avenue. Do I have a motion to approve the conditional use permit?
Do we have to open a public hearing for this item separately?
She labeled them both,
Okay.
so that's fine.
So, Commissioners, do I have a motion for the second item related to this application, 1063 Lowell Avenue?
Sure. I move that we approve the conditional use permit for 1063 Lowell Avenue, based on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval. That one wasn't amended though. Only the first one was amended.
Just the first.
I second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Van Dyne, a second by Commissioner Kenworthy. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks again.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. There's so many new faces. And speaking of which,
Don't break.
planning department has asked that we do some 2-on-2s with planning department staff, just to give feedback about staff reports and our feedback during meetings, and just to get to know the staff too. So Gretchen's going to email everybody and set those up. Okay. Mhm. I think that's a good idea. Those girls got her pizza. And really sharing the Girl Scout cookies. Those are hot commodities. No Girl Scouts come to my house. Well, that's good. They can't get up the hill.
They've been struggling since the pandemic.
Oh, really? I thought the supply chain issues were a problem when they're coming from China. Everywhere. Okay, moving on in tonight's agenda to 2280 Deer Valley Drive plat amendments. Steph, take it away.
Yes, thank you, commissioners. Virgil Lund here, planner, city planner, with Mike from as the applicant.
Great.
So this is a condo plat amendment for 2280 Deer Valley Drive, also known as the Black Diamond Lodge at the Deer Valley base. So it is a 27 multi-unit dwelling located in the residential development zoning district. The Planning Commission approved an MPD / CUP application for the Black Diamond Lodge on March 8th, 2000. And the original plat was approved in August of 2000 and has not been amended since. On March 21st, 2020, the Black Diamond Lodge HOA sold 2 common area spaces to be used for private ownership for the owners of units 341 and 352. The additional square footage was taken from attic and roof space, and no new construction occurred. Those 2 diagrams below show where that increase of square footage came from. The applicant also proposes to increase common area square footage for the ski locker room and the operas lobby within the existing roof lines. And the original plat is actually a pre-construction plat. The plat was never amended to include minor changes that occurred during construction. The applicant proposes to correct the plat to reflect what was constructed and to show as-built conditions as they are today. The proposed plat amendment complies with the residential development zoning district requirements. The lobby expansion extends towards the front setback and complies with setback requirements, and it is at 20.1 feet. The proposal complies with off-street parking ratio requirements. The proposed draft plat indicates 61 parking spaces were constructed. Under the current parking requirements from the LMC, 54 parking spaces are required, and the draft plat complies with parking requirements. Staff finds good cause for the Black Diamond condo plat amendment because existing issues between the recorded plat and as-built conditions are corrected. The proposed changes are within existing zoning district regulations, and the proposal is consistent with the planning goals of the original CUP MPD approval and the overall goals of the Deer Valley master plan development. The Development Review Committee met, reviewed the proposal, and did not identify any issues. And staff recommends the Planning Commission review the proposed Black Diamond plat amendment, hold a public hearing, and consider forwarding a positive recommendation for City Council's consideration on April 4th, 2023, based on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval in the draft ordinance. Thanks.
Nothing to add. I'm actually the general manager for the property for 4 years.
Okay.
And we took great expense and time to correct the plat. And it occurred because we were looking to do the additional square footage and nothing lined up with the plat that we had. So we had the entire building scanned 3D and found things were off 2 feet, 3 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet. So it brings it all into as built, should anything happen in the future. And I feel good as a general manager knowing that what we have is recorded correctly.
Welcome to Park City.
Well, this isn't exactly an old building. It's not some historic structure. Commissioners, questions or comments?
Can you clarify, maybe I'm just slightly misunderstanding, the 265 square feet for the ski locker and opera lobby expansion, that you're not moving that square footage that already exists. You just were replatting it properly.
Moving the square footage?
So from that image with the red hash,
Yeah.
the roof line or the walls are being extended outward. So the existing walls are being extended outward to where the roof line is on the outside.
Yeah, they're expanding.
So they're expanding the ski locker and opera.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not currently existing. That'll be an expansion as part of this application.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. Okay. That's all I had. Thanks.
And it doesn't violate any setbacks or
No, not as proposed.
nor does the replatting of the building. We are still within the setbacks and we don't have any.
Yeah, that's correct.
So in compliance. Commissioner Johnson, any questions for the applicant or staff?
Nope.
Commissioner Zig, any questions for applicant or staff?
No, the way I see it, we're just pushing out over decks that were already part of common area and enclosing those.
Yep.
Correct.
Correct assessment. And buildings established and the footprints are there, so there's no argument about whether these are or aren't accessory uses, the contemplated uses. So since it's part of the existing footprint and has also been part of the building, I think it's already there and I'm okay with it.
Thank you for that summary. With that, I will open up a public hearing on 2280 Deer Valley Drive Plat Amendment. Anyone wishing to comment on this application, please raise your hand or step forward.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
And there's no one here in chambers commenting. We're here to comment. So I will close the public hearing on 2280 Deer Valley Drive Plat Amendment. Commissioners, further questions, comments, or a motion?
Chair Soucer, I move to forward a positive recommendation for City Council's consideration on April 4th, 2023 for the first restated Black Diamond plat based on the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and conditions of approval.
I second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Johnson and a second by Commissioner Kenworthy. All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
That was an aye for positive recommendation. That was a yay. Thank you, Commissioner
I'm
Hall.
sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't catch your yay first. Motion passes. Thanks very much for your time and help.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Rebecca. We're going to be discussing land management code amendments, bicycle parking requirements, correct?
Yes, good evening again. So this evening we're joined by Transportation Planner Hannah Pack. And I'll share my screen. So the code amendments that are up for review this evening, thanks to the Planning Commission liaisons Hall and Van Dyne for initial input in the early review, and then also to the transportation planning team who have done a lot of research and provided recommendations for the code. This last work session that the Planning Commission had in February 22nd to provide initial input on these amendments, the commission also discussed potentially making policy recommendations to the City Council about bike parking citywide. And so there's information in the staff report about what the city, some of the programs that are in progress. And then for city programs like Request a Rack, bike parking on Main Street, and bicycle and pedestrians, the plan that's in progress, we have Hannah available to provide an overview of those programs.
Yes, good evening, everyone. This is Hannah Pack, Transportation Planner. So we do have the three programs that Rebecca mentioned. We do operate with the attempt of increasing bike parking throughout the city. So Request a Rack is the first one, and that is a free program. It's open to any business in Summit County. It's operated in conjunction with High Valley Transit. So anyone in the county can request a free rack, and then whether you're in Summit County, Greater or Park City, one of our representatives will come out, do a site visit, and just install these racks free of charge. We do these in compliance with the Association of Bike and Pedestrian and Bicyclist Professionals. And so they're also compliant with the existing code. We also have Main Street bike parking. Right now we have 3 different corrals placed around Main Street. They're seasonal. So those are out in front of Handle. There's one that goes in front of Patagonia and the eating establishment. And so that adds additional 30 bike parking spaces in the summer. And we are interested in adding more. At this point, we're thinking that it would require removal of parking if we wanted to add more of those type of bike racks. But we're exploring options, and we are planning a bike parking audit to see how many spaces we currently have available beyond the corrals. And then, as Rebecca mentioned, we are working on our bike and pedestrian plan. We just relaunched our community engagement for this. It was paused back in 2021 due to working through Park City Forward, which I'm sure you're familiar with, and the short range transit plan. So now we're focusing back on this project again, and we've had 3 community conversations so far. We've heard from a bunch of residents about what they do and don't like about biking and walking in Park City. And the goal of this plan is to figure out where our gaps are and how we can improve level of service for both pedestrians and cyclists. So that's a quick overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Hannah. And then additional questions came up about what are the plans for the transit stops. There is a plan in place in collaboration with a program management services consultant to upgrade bus stops citywide. And as part of this, they're developing bus stop typologies. And part of those recommendations will be amenities like bike parking, ski racks, digital signage. So that's in the works as well. And then for special events, event applicants are required to submit a transportation plan that outlines bike parking and alternative modes of transportation. And some events exceed this with bike valet services. And so that's some background information requested by the commission. And then if the commission is interested in forwarding recommendations to the city council as part of this review for policy, that's something that we can carry forward. The recommended amendments this evening build upon what was reviewed in the February 22nd work session to update the standards for outdoor bike parking and also to require enclosed bike storage facilities for multi-unit dwellings and for uses that generate employees. And what's outlined in the proposed amendments would retain the current 10% requirement of parking spaces. However, if an applicant were to request a reduction in parking through either a CUP or an MPD from the Planning Commission, the bike parking requirement would not be reduced. That would stay consistent with what's outlined in the code. There would also be a requirement that at least 1 or 1% of the required parking accommodate those larger bikes that meet the 3x10 requirement. For the enclosed bike storage requirements, this would be 1 per 3 units for multi-unit dwellings, or 1 per 10 employees generated by use. And 5% of these storage requirements would be at least 3x10 feet to accommodate those larger bikes or bikes with trailers, and also to provide a bike repair station if there are 10 or more bikes included in that requirement. And there,
Rebecca, sorry.
Yes.
Can you go back to that prior slide.
Yes.
I think you mean 1 per 10 residents generated by the multi-unit dwelling, right?
Units. 1 per 3.
1 per 10 employees, it says, generated.
So for multi-unit dwellings, it would be 1 per 3. And then for uses that generate employees,
I see.
Separate from residential, it would be 1 per 10.
Got it. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the condition for the commercial space in here. I just saw it for multi-unit dwellings, and I only thought of residential multi-unit dwellings rather than a commercial establishment.
Okay. Is that clarified? Are there any other questions? Okay. With these enclosed bike storage facilities, there are a lot of possibilities for applicants to propose, including vertical parking, 2-tier parking. There are a lot of creative ways to increase the storage capacity for bikes indoors. So to give an idea of what this would look like for units, for 1 per 3 residential units, For some of the smaller projects, you know, it could be 75 square feet. For projects with up to 200 units, it would be over 1,000 square feet for these projects. And then for the employees generated, it would be based on the table that's outlined in the affordable housing resolution. As part of that, there's some flexibility built in so that applicants can produce their own documentation for Planning Commission review on what that number of employees generated are for uses that might not fit into this table. And so to give a couple of examples for restaurants of different sizes, for some of the smaller restaurants in town that are about 5,000 square feet, there would be 3 enclosed bicycle parking requirements at about 75 square feet. And then that range is outlined here. Also for commercial uses and general uses to give an idea of the square footage that would be required. And then additionally, the amendments allow for site-specific review and Planning Commission discretion to modify what is required for sites to fit to make sure that it's the best for that specific project. And additionally, a payment in lieu where properties have 0 setbacks, like in the historic commercial zones, or there might be some flexibility needed for access, circulation, snow removal, those considerations. So what we are recommending this evening is a public hearing and considering a positive recommendation for City Council's consideration April 27th. So that is the presentation we have this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I just want to say thanks, Rebecca. It was fun working with you guys on this.
I missed that, sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to say thanks for your work on this. It was fun working with you guys on this.
Oh, thank you. And thanks.
I feel like
for your
we
help.
made a lot of progress on it and came up with some better standards for people.
I had 2 questions about the outdoor bicycle parking. I found the requirement that that the outdoor racks be protected from weather by existing structures such as overhangs or awnings or natural elements such as a tree canopy. So they must be protected. And I thought that was kind of strict. The outdoor racks must be protected.
Unless the Planning Commission approved
Yeah.
a modification.
Yeah.
And
the
preferred, yeah.
And they have to be within 50 feet of a primary entrance. I thought that was kind of strict too, unless we give them an exception. It just seems like those are, and when you say primary entrance, well, never mind. But I found those very strict. I feel like that's going to be in front of us all the time, but maybe that's an easy thing to contend with. Is that what the thinking was?
Yeah, I think when we set out to do this, we wanted people to be looking at that as their first option, like the first option to have covered parking. Because I don't know, I ride my bike a decent amount, and the places I go in the wintertime, there's nowhere to park, or you're in the weather the whole time. Or I think giving people those options also encourages them to ride if they know that their bike's not going to be sitting out in the snow the whole time. So it was the encouragement to do that first. And then if you needed, like, there's always the leeway to ask for an exception. A lot of these are coming for other things as well, not just for bicycle parking. So it's one extra thing. So I think the encouragement to have that up front is beneficial.
You see that? It's too bad we can't get any parking in China Bridge. Okay, those were my 2 comments about the outdoor parking. Thanks. Commissioner Frontero, any thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. So I was a little confused. The slide, Rebecca, you showed a moment ago with regards to the size, square footage of a restaurant, and you showed what was required, right? That's not going to be retroactive, is it?
No, that's correct. This would be looking forward to new development. When we were looking into other codes, we found some really creative incentives that communities have come up with to incentivize existing. Yeah. And so that's something that we can look into outside of the code for programs to incentivize. Could be conversion of parking, if there's excess parking, or if we get to the last item tonight on accessory uses, there was the discussion in February from the commission that for projects that exceed what's required for the bike parking, that could be a density bonus if they're going to provide for residential projects enclosed bike storage that exceeds what is outlined in the code, that wouldn't count against their density. So that could go into code depending on where we end up with accessory uses. But yes, there are incentives that we could look into to incentivize creation of this space in existing structures. But what is outlined in the code now would be applied to projects moving forward.
Okay. And so if a existing restaurant, let's say, wants to renovate and they need to come back and they need to come to the commission for certain approvals for things, would this new LMC requirement be in place for that?
It would depend on if they're expanding that use.
Okay. And if a restaurant, if someone owns the building and the tenant leaves and a new restaurateur moves in with a different restaurant strategy, this would not apply to that either, right?
That's correct.
So it's really just someone building a brand new place.
Right.
So it's somewhat limiting.
Yes, this is forward looking.
Yeah, I see. Okay, just wanted to make sure that I understood that correctly. And the incentive are great. It's just it's not an LMC item.
Yes.
Unfortunately, yes. Okay.
But the commission did consider adding on some maybe recommendations for council consideration if this does move forward to council.
How we, for instance, how do we get more bike parking near Main Street, for instance, right? Is that something you guys considered talking about?
Oh yeah. Sarah and I, we talked a lot about like trying to convert a couple of spots during the summertime on Main Street to bike parking, 1 or 2 spots in China Bridge. And those weren't within our purview to be able to do, but that was right. Am I correct? It wasn't us being able to do that, but it's been brought to city council's attention and will come with recommendations. I think with this, those are things we would like to see. But
they wouldn't be
we don't have the authority to do that in the code.
It wouldn't be in the code, but they might make a policy.
Exactly. And that was in part of our notes from our meetings with staff.
So City Hall does that already. They do put
somehow
those bicycles or those other kind of things, even on Main Street.
Yeah, we were pushing for China Bridge.
Not enough, but certainly they have, taken the lid off and done some of that.
Yep.
So I want to go to the bigger picture. So we have 3 AMPDs in front of us, and Heinrich's back there, and he's going to verify that the e-bike explosion is here. Have we done anything comprehensive to estimate the actual number so that we can better prepare for this? Let's just say the 3 AMPDs have 2,000 occupancy and we're only going to use half of it. So it's 1,000 people. And we imagine most of those people are going to have bikes and e-bikes. So have we actually looked at the matrix from that point of view instead of just from, the new restaurant that builds out in town has to have 6 bikes or 3 bikes and that kind of thing?
So for the employees generated, that is based on the overarching goals of Park City Forward and the goal of the modal shift and the percentage of people that would be on bikes, but to support long-term storage for employees that's secure and indoors. Additionally, those properties would be required to have the outdoor parking as well. As far as multi-unit dwellings, so I think originally we were looking at communities where it's like 1 in 10 units. The 1 in 3 is the more, it requires a significant amount of, from what we reviewed, that's the higher requirement, the 1 in 3 units. This is for what would be required to be enclosed either in the building or in the parking garage. What we found from reaching out to other communities, we reached out to Jackson, Wyoming. They're also updating their code. And so we've been going back and forth, and they're looking at what's being recommended here and what they're considering there. We're finding that most applications that come forward with market rate units provide these facilities anyway. But this would require like a baseline standard. And then for the affordable master plan developments, one of the things that they can present to the Planning Commission if they request reduced parking is that they exceed what is required in the code. So that would be project specific. So as an ask for reduced parking, that they increase so beyond the 1 per 3 dwelling units.
Yeah, I just think that on the AMPDs, we're going to have a higher number of bicycles, per occupant in these. And then you talk about specific, let's go to Studio Crossing. It's on the rail trail. I mean, I think a very high percentage of those people that are fortunate enough to rent out there are going to have bicycles.
Did we put that, because I know we were reviewing the AMPD part of the LMC. So should we work that into that
Well, I think
portion?
that's part of what I'm trying to ask is if we have this, overview that we're going to be increasing the population of our city by 25% in the very near future with AMPDs, less parking, which we all like, should work especially. And then we got to increase the bicycles. I think we'd all agree that those, that mode of transportation is idyllic for 6 months out of the year here. So we'd have to have, I think, more robust parking and storage.
Or AMPDs.
AMPDs especially. I mean, but you have to look at it across the board. But I think that's where the growth is coming. That's where the huge growth, population growth is going to come here.
Yeah, I think
25% of our population
is
going to be added by 3 projects.
Yeah. When we looked at, and what Rebecca said, when we looked at they looked at the different places, and when we talked about it, we are on the more strict end comparatively at the 3 to 1 compared to most places. So I don't know how you make it more. I mean, it was an interest at our conversation where we had a lot of back and forth about that balance of like, what's too much to ask for people and what's a reasonable amount still being on the stricter end of most communities. Cause 3 to 1 is pretty that's a pretty high ratio comparatively. And I agree. There was a study, they're saying they're going to start subsidizing e-bikes and there's just going to be more and more of them. So I totally agree. And I don't know if that's something we can also work into the AMPD conversations. But we don't want to go, we debated on like how strict we want to be with this, and instead of making them do it, giving them incentives to do it instead. And I don't know which is better. That's just the direction when we were kind of working on this that we went.
So I think that, the incentives where you do provide a density that doesn't count against it and stuff like that would be really important. And yeah, it's site specific, but also with AMPDs, I think you're going to have 3 to 1.
Yeah, and we can add that to the list for the AMPD review.
As expected, I disagree with the density bonuses for things like that.
That's in 2 items if we get to it.
Commissioner Johnson, any comments on the proposed amendments for the biking parking requirements?
I have nothing to add.
Commissioner Zig, any comments on the proposed land management code amendments for the bicycle parking requirements?
I have nothing to add. Thank you for the work that y'all have done on this. Appreciate it.
And Commissioner Hall?
I have nothing. I spent a lot of time on it, so I'm excited to offer a positive recommendation. If everyone is ready for that. Or did you go through everyone?
I did, but I
Bill?
need to open up a public hearing.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. I'll open up a public hearing on land management code amendments, bicycle parking requirements. Anyone wishing to comment on these amendments, please raise your hand online or step forward in chambers.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
With that, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, further discussion or a motion?
Chair Sousa, I move to approve, or I move to forward a positive recommendation for City Council's consideration on April 27, 2023 for land management code amendments, bicycle parking requirements.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Johnson and a second by Commissioner Van Dyne. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks. And thank you for all the work on that. Moving on our agenda to land management code amendments, sensitive land overlay.
Hi, guys.
Good evening, Heinrich. How are you?
My son's mad I'm not watching Ted Lasso.
Is the new season tonight? New season's released tonight? Oh my gosh.
He was like,
Can't believe I
"I'm
missed
getting
that.
text. When are you coming home?"
Well, then we'll be quick.
No, I didn't mean it that
I'm very
way. I
sorry to
was just
keep
like,
you. Yeah.
You guys put your time in. Thank you for your
Actually, that raises a good point. Do the commissioners feel that we can get through these amendments for the slow adequately in the next 10 minutes, or should we continue this item and give it more attention at another meeting? I know he did.
Continue.
Commissioner Johnson was the liaison to this, and he might be the best person to ask about.
I think we can get through it, but we should, the item after that, I'm a hard stop after SLO, so. And if we get through it, but at 9:45 sharp, I'm removing myself from this chair. No matter what's going on. How about
I
that?
as well. I'm planning on sticking to our 9:30 cutoff. Let's discuss.
All right. And thank you to Commissioner Johnson and Frontero, the liaisons who reviewed the early code and provided input, and also for the work session and the input provided on January 25th. I did want to call out a future date that's tentatively scheduled for May 24th is the broader discussion on visual analysis requirements for all applications, not just those in the SLO, as well as the steep slope criteria citywide, including the CUP. So those are scheduled for May.
I'm sorry, that was one of my biggest questions about these amendments, as the other steep slope requirements in the code.
Right, and so
and how they interact with the slope.
And what we're proposing this evening is non-substantive. It's updating the sensitive land overlay to reflect the current city boundary, and then we can go back to evaluate the steep slope criteria and excavation standards May 24th when we bring in the steep slope CUP criteria. We did not notice this for changes to the steep slope criteria and those sections of code at this time, but we will do that in May.
Can I just, but just so I can lay this to rest and not ask you the question later, but the visual assessment, visual analysis definition is going to probably mold into one and be updated, I assume, or something like that, right? Because I really like in the staff report, the proposed definition of what that will be, I guess. But that's kind of the one thing I just saw missing, where we updated a definition in one location, but we're going to cohesively have that conversation on right?
Yes, and
Okay.
let me
So
go
sorry, I didn't
through,
mean to-
let's see if I answered that and maybe I can clarify because what we are proposing tonight is not just the code, but the planning application updates for sensitive land overlay requirements and what applicants submit, and changing some of what's currently required at planning staff's discretion, removing that to be required at the time of the application. So I'll try to clarify that in the presentation. So the proposed amendments, because the original code was put in 92 and we have annexed significant acreage since that time, this updates the ridgeline areas, expands the vantage points. Also, some of those vantage points don't exist anymore or need the names of the areas need to be updated. Establish sensitive land overlay evaluation for trails master plans to allow for administrative review for each individual trail if it complies with the trails master plan. And then, as I mentioned, it updates the required materials that applicants must submit for steep slope evaluation. It's specific to the sensitive land overlay section only. And as I mentioned, there are maps updated for clarity. These are not official zoning maps. They're for reference only, and they will have disclaimers that when applicants come in with an application, they have a certified survey that designates specifically for that property where the ridge lines and steep slopes are. So our current zoning map, just as a reminder, the red dots on this map show the sensitive land overlay, which is not so clear on what's in and what's out. So this map, pending Planning Commission recommendation on the vantage points, will be updated and made available on the planning website so that it's very clear when a property is in and out of the boundary. To expand the ridge line areas, so here's the 92 boundary. Here are the ridge lines that were designated at that time. And then this would be the ridge lines that this map would also be available on our website, again, with the disclaimer that for each property that comes in, they would verify the ridge lines through a survey. This expands and updates the vantage points, and the underlined vantage points are the additions. The ones that are bullet pointed above are currently in the code but are updated with addresses. For example, the Park City School District, that used to say Treasure Mountain Middle School, but that's been expanded to the full campus. And then also we're adding that additional vantage points can be established for each project as determined by planning staff if it's an administrative permit or the Planning Commission based on each site-specific review. The next amendment establishes a process for the Planning Commission to evaluate a trails master plan for compliance with the sensitive land overlay with the full analysis, and then that making a recommendation to the city council if that does comply with the SLO, and then city council adopting that trails master plan. If we had that, then as trails get developed, each trail requires an administrative permit, and the applicant wouldn't have to do the full sensitive land overlay analysis, just updates to significant vegetation and wetlands information. And then one comment from the commission was that this should be reviewed on a regular basis. And so working with the Trails and Open Space Manager, that recommendation is that at least every 3 years, that master plan would come to the Planning Commission for sensitive land overlay evaluation. And then updating the required steep slope materials. So right now, Development is prohibited if it's within 50 feet of very steep slopes. So the code amendments require that applicants identify if there are very steep slopes that are within 50 feet of the property. Right now, we're just looking within the boundaries of the property. And then for projects with steep slopes, if there is development on the steep slope that's proposed, right now in the code, it's at staff's discretion to require a soils investigation report and geotechnical report. These amendments change that to be required at the time of the application, so that that information is available for Planning Commission review, rather than having it be conditioned to be provided at the time of a building permit. And then the non-code related changes would be that we would update the applications for all projects proposing development in the SLO, that there be a visual assessment with photos of the property as outlined in the staff report, a streetscape elevation, 3D massing model, and also a rendering that superimposes the project onto a photo of the site. The request that the slopes be differentiated with the different colors, that's also outlined in the staff report for clarity. And then also the ridgeline areas, we have that general map that highlights where those ridgelines are. That's based on USGS maps. But when applicants go in and do the site-specific survey, that their licensed surveyor indicates where the ridgeline area is specific to that proposal. Vegetative cover and significant vegetation, vantage points, wetlands, stream corridors, canals, irrigation ditches, and wildlife habitat areas, so that applicants are put on notice when they file their application of what is required for a full Planning Commission review. So that is a summary of what is outlined in the amendments. And so we have Heinrich here, who's missed Ted Lasso, to answer any questions specific about the Trails Master Plan, where they are in that process, and what this would look like.
Yeah, Heinrich, could you just clarify, is this, so for new trails that are coming online, we would be evaluating them as how they, if they're in the slow area, then we would be evaluating them?
They're always in the slow.
They're always in the slow.
I mean, real quick.
Yeah.
The Trails Master Plan's been a pretty static document for some time.
In the 90s, right?
No, 2008 is the last time that we updated it with a walkability update. It's okay. That point being, we've bought a lot of open space over the last, 12 years or so. Most of the trails that the cities has actually built are on those open spaces, right? So we work with the land trust and we come up with a trail and they walk the trails. It goes through a very similar process. We also work with our beloved nonprofit Mountain Trails who follow these standards, and that's how we do things. The thing is, the Trails Master Plan, I believe through this process is now a more living document. You see it more often. You see the master plan 1 to 3 years out. You get to go that it goes through the full review process, right? And then when we're ready to actually, do that trail, it comes on the radar, we're going to make this connection stuff. We go through the administrative process. But I think the one point I want to make, and I want to thank Commissioner Van Dyne and Johnson, as well as the Land Trust, Mountain Trails, Councilwoman Tolley's on that group. We sort of foresee like 4 meetings where we're kind of grouping together a little bit of where we are in our static system, if you will, from a regulatory process to a living document and what we want that trail system to look like in 2040. So you're going to see, updated vision, mission, but more importantly, some goals associated with that. And then Commissioner Sig's on, I know he'll love this one, just an updated in that document of adopting those MBA standards. So we do most of that right now, but it needs to be in a document that we adopt, that we're working on through this process. And I think it's important for the commission to see it basically every year. I think it's a great opportunity to come up and say this is what's going on and then take it to council. So these amendments that Rebecca is proposing, I think definitely hit that process. And so you'll be seeing this, and you will know if you're stopped in the supermarket or something like that, look, here's the plan for the next 3 years where we're going to be making those connections. And I would not only just say new trails, but I think you're going to see sort of revegetation or a reuse of certain trails. You're going to see a lot more user-specific trails, directional trails. John's on e-bikes tonight, and even though that's prohibited in our code at the moment, we are building certain things for e-bikes for disabled or accessibility. We're doing a lot of that, and I don't think the public really knows, and maybe the commission doesn't know on the council, and so that's on me.
Don't forget us old guys.
You're there. Are you over 65 now? I can't remember, John, but that's the process. We're just trying to be more transparent. We're trying to bring in the stakeholders that have been doing this behind the scenes with all of our open spaces and just present it to you guys and more often. So that's my dog and pony show.
Thank you. That's really helpful, and I agree. I think it's a great opportunity for us to look at it regularly. I think it's really helpful. So my biggest concern with the changes is the very steep slope and within 50 feet of the property boundary. That clarification, I guess, in the code, because it says it's prohibited, but if it is developed. Basically, if it is developed, it says development on a very steep slope is prohibited, but if it is developed, we need a soil analysis.
No,
That's the way I read your slide.
If it's very steep, it's prohibited, but if it's just a steep slope, development is allowed, but you need those reports for that evaluation. So it would be for the slopes that are under 40% and greater than 15%, that's where those soils and geotech reports would be required.
Then in your in the markup, I don't know if the pages are numbered. It's line. Sorry, just had it in front of me. It's line 44. The map must identify very steep slopes within 50 feet of the property boundary and must highlight areas of high geologic hazard, areas subject to landsliding, and all, quote, significant steep slope. So what's a significant steep slope as opposed to a very steep slope, which you just described?
A steep slope. So we could remove that term. Significant is in the code right now, but we could remove that to clarify. But it's the capitalized steep slope is as defined.
I think we need to remove the significant because someone could argue that well, it's just a steep slope. It's
not the significant type. So line 44 to remove significant.
So this is Commissioner Sig. Further to that, are steep slopes defined as naturally occurring steep slopes, or is it any steep slope? I can think of multiple conditions in Park City where you've got a road cut, for example, or a fill, for example, to create a road. And let's say there's a building lot, and that building lot is next to, where they had to cut in to make a hairpin turn in the road. And that's created a steep slope condition. Yet you might have a lot that has a building envelope or a building area that is within 50 feet of what might be a 20-foot or 30-foot tall cut or fill component of a street. So my question is, are the steep slopes defined as naturally occurring, man-made, those types of differentiation?
And in the definition right now, it's of land. So of the land that's proposed for development, the level of inclination of land from the horizontal plane determined, and then it goes through dividing the horizontal run or distance of the land. So I believe it's looking at the existing conditions.
So this would apply to any subdivisions that are created that might have road cuts and fills and are trying to create building lots that are in close proximity to those cuts and fills.
Potentially, yeah.
We have the concept of very steep slopes in other places in the LMC, or just this one?
It's just in
this
the
one.
sensitive land overlay.
I'd like to keep it there. We don't need that distinction elsewhere.
I guess this is Commissioner Sig one more time, and just for my own edification, as I look at some of the ridgeline analysis and I look at some of the vantage points, oftentimes you have a situation that from a certain vantage point, you'll see a ridgeline as a sub-ridge in front of a taller, what I would call greater ridge behind. So I guess in my question there, where you have two potentially conflicting ridge lines in one of the identified line of sight locations, what prevails?
Thank you for bringing that up. That's one of the reasons that these amendments came to be. So we do have the draft ridgeline map that will be verified by the applicant specific to whatever project we're looking at. But the vantage points and what they're evaluated against will be established by the Planning Commission and verified as part of that. And something that we've put into these amendments is that those coordinates of what is established be put in that application. So in a final action letter, we know what the standard was when the Planning Commission was reviewing the project, and that standard is clear 5 or 10 years down the road. And the ridge line that's being evaluated is also clarified in the application at that time of review. So it would be on a site-specific project through those coordinates and what the Planning Commission is looking to protect.
So am I hearing that the vantage points can shift at the discretion of the Planning Commission?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Commissioners, further questions or comments about the proposed amendments to the land management code for the sensitive lands overlay zone? If not, I will open up a public hearing on these proposed amendments. Anyone wishing to comment, please raise your hand or step forward.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
And there's no one in chamber stepping forward. So with that, I will close the public hearing on these proposed amendments. I'll just say that I still have some concerns about the steep slope language in this in these proposed amendments, but and when we talked about looking at land management code amendments for steep slopes. That was one of our items that we wanted to look at. So we haven't looked at them all yet, but, and they are in our, looking at steep slopes and the criteria for a steep slope CUP is one of the things that we want to visit and talk about. And that is not that's not what's included in this. So I just wanted to make that clear, that we
Yes,
are still going to
and
be getting to that CUP steep slope analysis.
that will look at both the SLO as well as the steep slope CUP, as well as the conditional use permit. One of the 16 criteria also outlines steep slopes.
Great. So with that,
Are we looking just at the Clark Ranch area then, and that as it relates to this? I'm not sure what this all encompasses.
This is, so this does take into consideration the Southeast Quinns Junction area that was annexed, as well as all of the acreage citywide that's been annexed since the 1990s. So this is a non-substantive update that encompasses those ridgeline areas and vantage points. And in addition, clarifies the materials, the application materials for sensitive land overlay review. And the trails master plan is the other addition.
clear, Henry?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioners, questions, discussion, or a motion?
Chair Sousa, I move that we forward a positive recommendation for City Council's consideration on April 27, 2023 for the sensitive land overlay land management code amendments.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kenworthy and a second by Commissioner Frontero. All in favor? Aye.
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 Sarah got off the call.
And we lost Commissioner Hall 15 minutes ago, but we have a quorum and motion passes. Thanks very much. Thanks for your help. Thanks for staying.
Move to adjourn. Oh, do we have to continue the last item?
Good work, guys.
For the last item for accessory uses, we've had the 2 work sessions on that now. I'm asking this for the continuation date. With the code as drafted, do you anticipate needing significant time for this review to discuss? Or do you have maybe, if there are substantial recommendations to change, that will just change the date that that we continue this to.
What's the time slots? Like, is it a 15-minute time slot you're asking us for?
For this, because we had those previous work sessions, it was scheduled for 15, but I've heard some comments tonight that maybe like the bike parking carve out is in the draft for residential uses that exceed the requirement. If we need more discussion on that, we would continue it to a much later date.
Why don't we give it a shot at the next, the next available 15-minute slot that we can slide those amendments into. And commissioners, just encourage you, if you have questions or suggestions on those amendments, maybe express those to Rebecca ahead of the meeting so we can get through it quickly. Thanks. I will ask for a motion. Do we have to open up a public hearing? Okay. For the last item on the agenda, the land management code amendments for the accessory uses and master plan developments. We are going to continue this item, I believe, but let's open up a public hearing. Anyone wishing to comment, please raise your hand online or step forward in chambers and give us your comments on the land management code amendments to accessory uses and master plan developments.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
And there's no one in chambers prepared to comment. So with that, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, do I have a motion to continue this item to the next possible planning commission meeting with 15 minutes available?
Can we continue it to April 12th?
Sounds good to me.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Van Dyne to continue land management code amendments accessory uses to April 12th. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion approved.
We've got a couple. The spring is looking pretty full on our agenda.